Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. I'm your host, Cooley. Tonight is debate night, and we also have some reactions planned for you guys. Let's go. And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Made over.
Doing new things. Men are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. You are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here and we can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman. All right, welcome back to No Fugazee Podcast. We are currently live on YouTube, Facebook, and also TikTok. Everyone that's tuning in right now, once you come on in, hit the like button, man. Don't be a ninja watcher. Support the podcast. We got a few links in the YouTube description. So the first link is going to be for anyone that wants to join the stream. Tonight is open debate night. I welcome all feminists. If you want to go ahead and debate dating and relationships, religion, if you're an atheist, stuff like that. Anyone is welcome to the stream, especially if you are a hater. It's just something about me. I just love my haters. I love my haters, man. Gotta love the haters, right? What is it? 45,000 subscribers and going right now. We're looking to hit 400K subscribers within the next, I would say, few weeks. With that being said, man, we got to have a 400,000 subscriber celebration. I'll probably stream all day or something. Who knows? But we should do something dope for the 400K celebration. And once we get to a 500,000, we gotta really party. I gotta take some of the members out and we gotta do something fun. But anyways, the first link in the YouTube description, that's gonna be for to join the stream tonight. Is open panel debate night. Feel free to come on up. If you disagree with any of my takes, if you see any clips of mine and you Cooley, I don't really like what you're saying. You don't have to be a hater, but you can just have a different opinion. So tonight's your night to come on up and bring that up and we can go ahead and debate one-on-one. We also open a panel up for multi-panel debates where I'll bring on a few people onto the stream, maybe 4 to 6 people, and we can debate a topic like we did last week. It's been a while since I went live. I think the last live that I did was the Andrew Wilson versus Captain Tazariak debate, which was last week on Wednesday. So it's almost been a full week, man, since I went live. And that debate was pretty crazy. I don't know if you went ahead and seen it, but go back and watch that debate. I went ahead and set that up. I moderated the debate on my channel, and it was a good debate. The results of that debate, I would say it was Andrew Wilson in the landslide in regards to the polygyny debate. And if you haven't seen it, go ahead and watch it. It's a good debate. Also, go ahead and support Andrew Wilson, subscribe to his channel. And then also Captain Tazariak, man, he's a good fella. Even though most of you thought that he lost, he's still a good guy, man. We talk behind the scenes and we don't have any beef at all. So go ahead and follow him and support his channel as well. Other than that, man, the first link in the description, once again, that's to join the stream. The second link in the YouTube description is going to be for the members. So if you like this content and you want to continue to watch it grow, become a member, man. And actually, we just got someone that became a member. King Tez F9G. Welcome to the gang. Shout out to you. Shouts out to you. So be like that dude and become a member. We got 3 tiers. First tier is gang. Second tier is hitman. Third tier is mob ties. You join any of those tiers, you're locked in with us. You're welcome to the cookout. All right. The next link in the YouTube description is going to be for one-on-one coaching. go ahead and hit me up if you need any dating and relationship coaching, media and marketing coaching, anything like that. I got you. I also do couples coaching as well. Then the other links, the next link besides that is going to be for our Clips channel. We do post clips on there daily, so subscribe to the Clips channel if you don't have the time to watch the full 2-hour to 5-hour episode. You'll see the small content like the 10-minute all the way up to 30-minute content right on the Clips channel. We do post some clips on the main channel as well. So, but still, subscribe over to the Clips channel, man. I'm trying to get that to reach at least 10K. I think we're at like 7K subscribers right now on the Clips channel. But yeah, we need to go ahead and get that up. All right. Then all of the other links is going to be for the social media accounts. So I got the Instagram, the TikTok, the X, and the Facebook, all in the YouTube description. So if you want to get in contact with me or anyone from my team, just hit us up on the social media. All right, we already got some people coming up, and I got to bring up this first person here since he's here early, and tonight is debate night. I'm here for all the smoke tonight. But then as we bring people up and we debate, I will react to content as well. So that's what we're doing today. All right, let's go ahead and bring them on up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name. Where you from?
Andre Jackson. I'm from Sanford.
Real quick, I'm going to mute you, man. You came on saying, we live, man. We live on YouTube. It's a sensitive platform, TikTok too, so try not to cuss, okay? But you are unmuted. Let me get your name and where you from.
Andre Jackson, Sanford, Florida.
Okay. And how old are you?
30.
30, cool. We asked that question because we're live on TikTok. I do believe it's like mandatory. We got to have people of age. Even though you look of age, we still got to go ahead and ask. But what's up, man? What are you here to debate about tonight?
I'm just early. I don't even know. I'm just watching, really. So you could
my
really
man.
pass me.
Man, just watching. All right, man. Well, I appreciate the support, man. Have a blessed one. We just came up and watching. All right, fair enough. Well, until we get more people to come on up, let's get into the clips tonight. And let's go ahead and do that now, actually. Let's bring up the first clip for today. Let's see what the members sent me. And also, if you want your clip to be reacted to, that's one of the perks that you get with being a member. So what you do is you sign up for the membership. And if you want my perspective or my opinion on any, clips that you see on social media, you become a member and then you DM us at No Fugazee Podcast on Instagram. Myself or my assistant will see the DM. We will ask you for your membership or YouTube name to verify you. Once we get you verified, then the clip that you send us, it just goes into the funnel of clips. So let's get into the first clip for today. All right, and we do have a breaking news story for the first clip today. So the Supreme Court formally asked to overturn landmark same-sex marriage decision. All right, let's see what this is about.
Ten years after the Supreme Court ruled in favor of same-sex marriage across the United States, it could now be overturned. Senior Washington correspondent Devin Dwyer is on the story for us. All right, give us the deal, Devin. Who is actually asking the justices to overturn this?
Well, in recent years, Kira, we've been waiting for a case like this as some of the sentiment in the country has started to shift a little bit, softened rather, against same-sex marriage. There's been a lot of talk about whether the justices will get a chance to reconsider the case. And as you said there, they are getting that opportunity next month. We've learned that Kim Davis, she's that Kentucky clerk from back in 2015 that was at the center of international controversy when she refused to issue marriage licenses to a gay couple in Kentucky in defense defiance of the Supreme Court. She spent 6 days in jail. She lost a defamation suit. She had to pay $100,000 in damages, $260,000 in legal fees. That's what she's appealing to the Supreme Court, but it's the first time, Kira, that anyone has technically asked the justices explicitly to overturn Obergefell v. Hodges, which was that landmark ruling. And she does just that. Her counsel in this petition, which was filed last week, says that decision was egregiously wrong. And if that sounds familiar, that's the same type of argument that was made by opponents of abortion when they sought to overturn Roe versus Wade just a few years ago. So,
Of course, 10 years after the
Yeah, so that's some breaking news right there. It looks like it seems like it's a possibility, but the same thing like the guy said that happened with to overturn Roe versus Wade, which is the abortion. It seems like Roe versus Wade was overturned, which essentially what that did was instead of the federal government, having full authority over abortions and stuff like that, it's ran by the state, meaning that it's governed by the state, which, all the liberals and the feminists got irate, like, oh my gosh, abortion is now illegal. No, you silly little person, it's not illegal. It's literally legal in all 50 states, but it's different term limits in all 50 states. That's all it is. So more of the conservative states, they have a shorter term, meaning that it's like, 6 to 8 weeks or 6 to 18 weeks, where if you don't have the abortion by then it's illegal. And then other states like the Democratic states, you can pretty much abort your child all the way up to 32 weeks in some states, and some states have no terms at all. So essentially, it is still fully legal. Now, if we just map that on over to the same-sex marriage laws, so Obama was the one when he was in office that really pushed for this, right? So it's like legal in all 50 states. Like it's the federal government, pretty much has the authority over it. So this is why that woman there, where she denied marrying a same-sex couple, she was fined like $100,000. She did like 6 months in prison and stuff like that, like meaning it's against the law. So if it does get overturned, I'm sure there's going to be many states where you can still get legally married if you are the same sex. But some of those conservative states, they ain't gonna be with it, man. They gonna be like, listen, man, man and man, woman and woman, we don't even recognize that as a relationship or marriage or anything. Peace be gone. So it seems like that's what can happen. So yeah, let's bring up another clip here that I believe is related to this one, or it is similar to it. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so this is a clip where is Douglas Wilson is a self-described Christian nationalist pastor who believes in a patriarchy. Okay, All right, so essentially this second video here that we're going to react to. Now, the Christian nationalists, man, they've been making a lot of headway and influencing politicians and trying to influence legislation so they can get some changes made into laws and everything else. It's funny here because I got my brother Marquette Devon, peace to the saints. He like, yeah, I like this. He likes this message. So let's go ahead and see what Douglas Wilson is speaking about in this clip.
Are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies. That's it. They're just a vessel.
No, it doesn't take any talent to simply reproduce biologically. The wife and mother, who is the chief executive of the home, is entrusted with 3 or 4 or 5 eternal souls.
I'm here as a working journalist, and I'm a mom of 3.
Good for you.
Is that an issue?
No. No, it's not automatically an issue.
Christ Church senior pastor Doug Wilson is the leader of a Christian nationalist movement that believes in a patriarchal society where men are dominant and women are expected to submit to their husbands. Josh and Amy Prince, along with their 4 kids, moved from Washington State to Moscow, Idaho, where Wilson's movement is based.
Do you see Amy as your equal?
Yes and no. in the sense that we're both saved by grace, we're absolutely on equal footing. But we have very different purposes, God-given.
But do you see yourself as the head of the household, as the man?
He is the head of our household. Yes, and I do submit to him.
So like moving.
Dang, yes. He is the head, and I do submit to him. This liberal, and this is from CNN as well, so you know that she's a liberal news reporter. This liberal news reporter seems to be in shock just because the way she's asking the questions, like, wow, so are you the head of your wife? And do you consider him the head of you? And then the base trad wife was like, yeah, he's the head of me. Let's continue on.
Here
I was just
was
going to say that.
ultimately your decision.
Yes,
That's a great
example.
Wilson said
That was perfect. So when she asked the question, so she asked the husband, so you had the final decision to move here. And then they both said, yes, that's the perfect example. So the head of household, or the man, the leader in the home, which would be the man, he is the final decision maker, which means that the woman must submit to his authority if he's the head of the home and if he's leading that relationship. Not only that, if she wants him to lead, obviously, if you want the man to lead, you must submit to his authority and his leadership. If not, then he isn't your leader. No one's your leader. You're leading your own life, right? Let's continue on.
As in his vision of a Christian society, women as individuals shouldn't be able to vote. His fellow pastors, Jared Longshore and Toby Sumter, agree.
In my ideal society, we would vote as households. And I would ordinarily be the one that would cast the vote, but I would cast the vote having discussed it with my household.
But what if there's your wife doesn't want to vote for the same person as you?
Right. Well, then that's a great opportunity for a good discussion.
There are some.
And that's a great opportunity for the woman to practice, and not only practice, but learn and get in her natural place of submitting and yielding to the man's authority, right? If there's a disagreement on something, okay, we can go ahead and, like he said, have that discussion. But at the end of the day, I would hear my woman and I would listen to my woman. But at the end of the day, and I may even take in some of the things that she's saying into consideration with maybe even forming my final decision. That can still be done, and the man would still make the final decision. If she says, well, no, babe, I really want this. But I'm saying, yes, well, we're going here, or I really want this. I'll consider her no. No, that was dumb. I'm making a final decision. Peace be gone. Chick, shut up and go in the kitchen and cook some food. I'm joking. Chad, no, I'm not joking, man. We keeping it no Fugazee over here. What are you talking about?
No Fugazee. You have gone so far as to say that they want the 19th Amendment repealed.
I would support that. And I'd support it on the basis that the atomization that comes with our current system is not good for humans.
Okay, so with the 19th Amendment, repealed. Basically, if don't nobody know what the 19th Amendment is, it pretty much gave women the right to vote, right? So with that being said, I am in agreement with that. I do believe that if it was for every household, it counts as one vote. Essentially what this would do, it would push a nuclear family. It would push homes to stay together, because then the woman can't say, oh, I'm a single independent woman, I'll go ahead and live by myself and this and this, and I'll go ahead and vote whatever my ideals is because I was indoctrinated by feminism and Instagram and Bad Girls Club and Hollywood Housewives. You get what I'm saying? Like, women are very susceptible to outside influences, so they tend to vote very stupidly. And not only that, men vote very stupidly as well because they tend to be influenced by women, like the simps. You get what I mean? So we got a lot of those simps in legislation and I would say in the government as well, because they push forth very feminized and, I would say the feminist movement. They push forth that agenda. That was pushed by men and NGOs and stuff like that. The people that had the power to push it, of course, women as well, like the suffragettes and stuff. But anyways, let's continue on.
Wilson, a veteran himself, is unapologetic about his view that women shouldn't be in certain leadership or combat roles.
Looking at the leadership page for Christ Church,
Right.
It's all men.
And like, think about what it said. Like, he's like, well, I don't think women should be in certain leadership positions and in certain combat roles when it comes to being in the military. Well, when we speak about the military, this would make sense because this is a man. This is a mindset of a masculine man that wants to protect the woman from themselves. Women tend to make dumb decisions. They can't really choose a mate. They have a hard ability finding a man that they want to submit to. They make terrible decisions. Women barely even know what they want to eat. They're very indecisive, generally speaking, right? With that being said, well, I would say that this is pro-woman because, well, I don't want women in certain military positions where they can't do the job as good as a man, so they will be putting other men in jeopardy. You know what I mean? Like if war breaks out and, we're in Afghanistan or so what, like when we were in Afghanistan, well, if a man troop gets hurt and his partner is a woman, she's not going to be able to carry him to safety. She's too freaking weak. So it's like, if I had a man by my side, he's more capable of carrying me to safety much better than a woman. It's not saying that the man can't drag him. Oh, well, cool. You're saying that the woman doesn't have the capability of dragging the man to safety? Yeah, she's capable, but not as capable as the man. She's going to be slower. So meaning it's going to take her 5 minutes to drag this nigga to safety versus the man is going to take him, 45 seconds. You get what I'm saying? By the time she drags him to safety, they're both dead. That's what I'm saying. Let's continue on.
Do you accept women in leadership roles in the church and government?
In the church, no.
Why?
Because the Bible says not to.
Well, that's not what happens in the Bible.
All right. So he just said, do you accept women in the church and leadership? And she asked, do you accept women in leadership positions in the church? He said no. Now we have Rev. Jennifer Butler that says something else. Let's see.
Women do lead all the time.
Progressive faith leader Reverend Jennifer Butler is concerned about Wilson's growing influence.
He is rapidly gaining in power. He has hundreds of churches established around the country. They actually literally want to take over towns and cities, and they have access to this administration.
Wilson's highest level connection.
That's good. Shout out to the Christian nationalists. I said national. Shout out to the Christian nationalists. Now, think about what this feminist woman pastor just said. Think about what she said. No, she said that no, women have every bit of right to have leadership positions in the church. But First Corinthians says something totally different. It says, let your women keep silent in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law, right? And that's 1 Corinthians verses 14 through 34. Then here's another verse for you guys. We got 1 Timothy, verse 11 through 12. A woman should learn in quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet. So essentially, I read these scriptures to let you guys know that that woman feminist pastor, Jennifer Butler, was just lying. She's a liar. She's a liar. They literally read an entirely different book. They're not Christians. They don't even read the Bible. They probably got like a feminist pamphlet that they just go by and say, oh yeah, you can come in here and be LGBTQ plus and that's morally right. You get what I'm saying? And don't try to change or don't try to find Jesus. Just be who you are, right? Be a boss babe, independent woman. I'm sure when she's preaching at the podium, it sounds something like that. Trash. All right, let's move it right along.
Into the administration is Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth.
It's not organizationally tied to us, but it's the kind of thing we love to see.
For his part, Hegseth has publicly praised Wilson.
Now we're standing on the shoulders of a generation later, the Doug Wilsons and the others.
Women are the kind of people that people come out of.
So you just think they're meant to have babies?
Yo, homie crazy. Homie is funny. Women are the kind of people that people come out of. That is funny. Listen, man, if y'all not laughing at that, y'all don't have a sense of humor. That was actually funny, but it was real too. It was real. All right, let's get into the next clip. That was a good clip there. Let's see what else we got. Also, once again, tonight is open panel debate night, but we are reacting to videos. We are currently live on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok, so get the likes up on all platforms. We'll continue to stay live on all platforms for about maybe another 30, 45 minutes. So if you're tuning in on TikTok or Facebook, just prepare to come on over to YouTube. That's No Fugazee Podcast on YouTube, or you can just type in, David Cooley, and, you'll see the stream. It'll come right up. All right, let's go ahead and bring up this other clip.
Graduated high school, she want to be a stripper. What advice are you giving her?
Make sure she's
Don't
in
take
shape.
off the top or the bottoms.
No, make sure she's in shape and looks good.
No.
Because if she looks
Don't take your
good,
top off.
I mean, if she's gonna do it, she's gonna do it, right? I mean, I don't want her to, but if she's gonna do it, she better look good. Because you never know who's gonna be watching.
Right.
She could be the next Anna Nicole.
Your daughter just graduated high school.
Bro, look at the advice that they just gave. This man asked if your daughter wanted to be a stripper, what advice would you give to her? Those two mothers said, well, don't take off the top, or basically they're not telling the daughter to not be a stripper or to not become a stripper, to not strip at all. They are praising her and celebrating and accepting that she is stripping, meaning that when their responses wasn't even like that's kind of bad. Like, I don't really know. Like, I wouldn't accept that. I would hope that she wouldn't. Like, you didn't hear any answers like that. Like, they were so quick to be like, well, go ahead and get the bag, girl. If you're going to do it, go ahead and get that money. If you're going to do it, just don't take off your top, but go ahead and strip and get those coins. So essentially, these women are promoting their daughter's degeneracy. And remember the last clip that we just watched, and the pastor said that, the Christian nationalist pastor said that, he's not for women in leadership positions. And this is a clear example why women shouldn't be in leadership positions. Now, you'll say, Cooley, these are just these women. I know some good, smart women that can definitely be in some leadership positions, and they have the capabilities to lead the nation and lead a company. Well, you're lying to yourself, right? Because you're not thinking about what's optimal. You have a weird brain. You're probably one of those people that was happy that you received second place trophy or third place trophy. No, masculine men, we think about what's optimal, what's best. We're looking for first place. So if you ever got a second place or third place trophy and you were happy about it, you probably have the mind of a woman. That wasn't me. Gold medals, first place, or it's nothing. You get what I'm saying? We're thinking about what's best to do, what's optimal, and what will be optimal is for men to be in leadership positions. You get it? Just because some women can do it, exceptions don't make the rule. So now we got to find some exceptional woman to be in a leadership position. No, there's more men out there that can lead. Put those men in a position. You get what I'm saying? All right. So, and when we react to clips like this, what? Let's continue on. I want to see what this woman is going to say here and what else is going on in this clip.
She wants to be a stripper. What advice are you giving her?
Go for it.
Yeah. So are you going to help her fill out applications?
Of course. I mean, if she wants to be like mom, so what,
Oh, you're a stripper?
I am.
Okay, so are you going to teach her how to twerk?
No. I will not do it out here.
Why? You're not going to help her with no dance moves?
No, probably, yeah.
Okay, what type?
Bro, Shorty said if she wants to be like mom, she can. If she wants to be like mom, she can. That is stupid. Like, oh yeah, well, I'm a stripper, so I'm doing it because X, Y, Z. So it's okay for my daughter to do it. You know what I mean? And it's not just these clips, man. I've interviewed over 700 women on my podcast thus far, and you see it. You guys watch my dating shows when I bring up women and I ask women questions. They can never answer a direct question. They can never give a direct answer to a question, a yes, a no, or expound on their yes or no. After they answer yes or no, they're very indirect and can't really make a decision. Because I ask these questions on my podcast, and some of these women give answers just like these chicks here. Or some of these women say, well, I don't know. She's an adult. She can do whatever she wants. That's not me. I'm not in a position to give my child advice when they turn 18. Like, they're an adult. They can make those decisions on their own. Now, you've heard this on my podcast. You heard this on many other platforms, and you're watching clips of it right here, right now, where women give bad advice. Or if you watch some of my content, they give bad advice, or they just give no advice at all. So back to the first clip that we went over, it's not good for them to be in leadership positions, man. They think that the way women view life, it's a very solipsistic view. It's hard for them to view things outside of themselves when it comes to morality, when it comes to everything, whatever their moral standards are. Pretty much it's like this. Whatever the woman does and she accepts, whether if it's bad or good, she copes. So even if it's bad, she'll cope in her mind in order for her to continue to do it, like to be a stripper or to be on OnlyFans or to, just do sex work. They'll cope so they don't feel bad or shameful when they do it, when they have to go to work and make that money by sliding on a pole or take that video and post it up online of them getting their back plowed. Then they know that it's wrong, so they'll cope. So they'll be like, well, no, I'm doing it for this reason, so it's right. And then what happens is, since they have a solipsistic view, when they have children, they say, well, I know that I've done these things and it was a reason for me to do these things. So when my daughter gets older and she's 18, it could be reasons as well. She can have the same reasons for her to do these things. So who am I to say it's wrong if you be on a stripper pole? It's wrong if you have an OnlyFans. It's wrong if you do sex work. You get what I'm saying? Who am I to say this to my daughter, right? So essentially what I'm saying is they only view themselves in this small little box. They don't really have a true perspective. A perspective is an art of viewing the world outside of yourself. They only have a perception of things, right? A perception is very limited. It's unique to you. And what they do is they just project that on their kids. So yeah, I do it. It's okay. It's okay if my daughter does it, right? Like, that's very silly. Like, I've done things in my past that I don't do now. I probably do some things right now that I'm like, yeah, I wouldn't want my kids to do this. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's a rational thinker, thinking outside of yourself. These chicks is delusional.
What type of dance moves will you like teach her?
Mostly pole work.
Your daughter just graduated high school. She want to be a stripper. What advice are you giving her?
I'm telling her, go ahead and make that money, baby.
Your daughter just graduated high school. She wants to be a stripper. What advice are you giving her?
Don't get pregnant. Collect all the money you can.
Bruh, y'all see what I'm saying? Look, don't get pregnant. Be a stripper. Don't get pregnant. Make all the money you can. Listen, man. Listen. I'm speaking facts right now, bruh. These chicks do not have the ability to view a world outside of their own little box.
Your daughter just graduated high school. She want to be a stripper. What advice are you giving her?
My daughter will never grow up in a world where she thinks that being a stripper is a career that she can pursue.
See how easy it is for men? The nigga can't even imagine his daughter being a stripper. Like, wait, my seed? My seed? My legacy? Wait, no. She will never be a stripper. No, I would never accept that. That's just, it won't even happen. Let's continue on.
I would say, that's great. You can do whatever you want at your house, but not at mine.
Look, two base answers, right? But the women didn't give any base answers at all. And you can say, well, Cooley, this is just a video. This guy that edited up this video, it could have been cherry picked. It could have been many women that gave a lot of good advice when it came to his question and telling the daughter not to be on a stripper pole. Possibly, yeah, but is it's possible, yeah. That's possible. Is it probable? Nah, the probability is extremely low. I do think that this clip is accurate because I create dating and relationship content, so I know how modern day women think. All right? Okay. So if anyone wants to join the stream, tonight is debate night. Go ahead and click the first link in the YouTube description. So if you're watching the podcast live right now on TikTok or Facebook and you want to come up and debate me tonight on, feminism, dating and relationships, politics, religion, anything like that, go ahead and come on over to YouTube. That's going to be the first link in the YouTube description. That link is also pinned in a YouTube comment. So if you're watching right now, tonight is debate night. Tonight is your time to shine. I'm giving y'all a platform, man, a big platform. We're about to hit 400K subscribers. Come on up. I know it's haters in the chat right now. I know it's haters in the chat, so don't be scared. All right. So this was King Taz. He became a member. I think we got a super chat in here. Let me see. See what we got. Get the likes up too, man. Don't be a ninja watcher. We got Uncle Tyga. He says, men being the leaders of the family, church, society, etc., was the norm a whole 5 minutes ago. We've let these femme go too far. Abdul, time for the rocks. That's funny, man. Shout out to you, Tyga. Appreciate the support. We got Red Pill Goku. Shout out to Red Pill Goku. He says, Cooley, mod me on TikTok. I gifted you. Same name. Okay. Let me go ahead and mod you on TikTok. I got you, brother. 1 second. 1 second. I think I know how to mod people on TikTok. I'm pretty sure I do. All right. On TikTok, where are we at? All right. So how do I do my mods? Wait. Do I do it over here? Moderation settings. Okay. No. Yeah. Nope. Okay, there we go. I found you, Red Pill Goku. Add as moderator. I got you, bro. I added you as a moderator, so you are now a mod on TikTok, bro. All right. Let's go ahead and X that out. All right. Once again, tonight is debate night. Let's go ahead and bring up some people. I see somebody backstage. Make sure your camera is on. Make sure your camera is on, and I'll go ahead and bring you up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you're from. Okay. They went ahead and left. I guess they were scared. They didn't want the smoke. They did not want the smoke tonight. All right. Let's see. Any other super chats we got to get to? Let's see. Red Pill Goku, man. I see you, man. Listen, you need to become a member, man. Become a member here on YouTube, and it comes up like priority for me when I'm like going through the chats and stuff like that, man. Because I'll see, and also your name is Red Pill Goku. When you become a member, one of our like tags, our pictures is different levels. So I think the first tier is gang in our memberships, and it's just Goku base form, and then the second tier is Hitman. And I think it's Goku Super Saiyan. And the third tier is Mob Ties and it's Goku Ultra Instinct, man. So Yo, just become a member, bro. But I see you said, I wish Cooley would read my comments. I brought Andrew Wilson here before. I have other people I can bring. Yeah, man. Whoever you want to bring, man, while I'm streaming at the same time, Red Pill Goku, you are welcome to bring them to the stream, man. I'll definitely have them on. All right, we got, let's see here. Julius Jones, maybe pronouncing that totally wrong. He says, keep dropping gems, my brother. Appreciate the support, man. Shout out to you for sending in the 20. The 20 big ones. Shouts out to you. All right. We got Indigenous Goat sends in $10. Says, they don't even know what the heck they be saying half the time. That is true, man. You know, I don't even think when chicks be getting asked certain questions, I don't even think they be thinking most of the time. Now, of course, there are very smart, bright, beautiful women out there. The beautiful ones is the ones we care about most, right? I'm just saying that'd be priority, man. Unless you finna procreate with one of them, then try to get you ones with the beauty and the brains too, man. But I would say, yeah, man, we're not saying that there aren't smart, intelligent women out there. There are, but when it comes to the part that we're focusing on and the part that I want to raise attention to is when we're speaking about leadership and making good moral judgment, right? So when we're speaking about that, it's like we just watched a clip and the man asked a very simple question that's based around morality, and the woman could not answer the question. Oh, no, they actually answered the question, but for degeneracy, they're like, oh yeah, sure, be a stripper. Get the bag, girl. It's like if men was interviewed, yo, you want your son to be American gangster and, you know, be the biggest weed man, drug dealer out there? And we like, yo, man, say if it was a video like that and dudes was like, yo, get the bag, son. Go out there, sell them dimes, sell them pounds. Go ahead, get it how you get it. Women, on the other hand, would be like, wait, what? You want your son to grow up and just, you know, sell drugs and, you know, hurt other people, and it also increases his chances of, you know, going to prison forever, like ruining their son's life. Women would say that. So on the flip side, when we're speaking about women and questions are asked about their daughter, I mean, it's the same thing. It's like, well, if your daughter ends up on a stripper pole or she's selling her sexuality, she's in sex work, just in general, well, one is going to decrease her ability to get a man that she wants to marry her, right? Yeah, she'll be able to get guys. She'll be able to get some simps, but those are the guys that she really doesn't want. But the men that she wants is going to be very hard for her to attract and retain those men, right? Attract and retain. Now, she can attract some of those guys, for sure. Dudes just want to clap cheeks. But retaining those men, she's not really going to be able to retain the men that she wants. So essentially, this would be hurting the daughter's chances to get a marriage, right? And a multitude of other things. Like, I do full panels of strippers on it, and they're like, yo, being on a stripper pole is just like, I don't want to have to do this, but I need to do it. And it sucks when guys walk up to me and slap my butt. I'm like, I got to go through this again. It's like they have to like build up this mental fortitude before they go to work so they can deal with being degraded. Like, why would you want your daughter to go through that? Stupid. Dumb. All right. I think that was all the chats. Nope, we got some more. We got Wick Dream. Shout outs to you, man. He says, women fake hair, fake nails, fake eyelashes, fake faces with makeup like Sarah, but they want you to be honest with them. Please explain. Yeah, man, this is women, man. They, nothing about them essentially is real, but they want the man to be real to them. But are they ever really real to the man? No, they're not real to the man. Like their entire outer shell is full of fakeness, just like Wick Dreams explained. And, we can say that this is not a double standard, but this is a delusion that women fall in because they're not honest, but they want the man to be honest. And essentially, this is because they believe in this Disney fairy tale. And the reason why they think that they should get this from a man, this honesty from a man, this truthfulness from a man, is because they have so many simps lying to them. So they actually believe in when women encounter men, most men are lying to women, right? They're lying to them. But the woman doesn't know that they're being lied to. So when a chick opens up her DMs, hey, beautiful, how are you? Hey, beautiful, I want to get to know you. Hey, you're very sexy. I would love to this, this, and this. They get all of this free attention from men. So in their mind, they get this overinflated sense of ego. So they're really a 5, but she got so many guys in her DMs, so she thinks that she's an 8 or a 9, or even a 10 or an 11. You know these chicks. But, really, she's not, right? So it's just stupid, bro. It's just stupid. So by men lying to women, it creates this delusion. Like if men were honest to women, it would be much different. I think women would be more. Women's still going to be women because it's in their nature to seek out, to try to get rid of the discomfort and seek out comfort. So wherever there's truth, it gives them this discomfort feeling. So they'll actually try to still gravitate towards some type of lies. So even if men are truthful, man, who knows? They're going to gravitate somewhere else. I don't know. It never happened. There's too many simps out there for us to, we can't even do this experiment. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's get to some more clips. Actually, we got more chats, so let's get to them. We got Bay Blizzard. LOL, I just wanted to do this. All right. Well, I appreciate the support, whoever you are. Okay. We got Dre, Dr. Abba, 7, sends him $5. Cooley, I got a link to a TikTok super religious feminist. You need this dub to gain that feminist infinity stone. Where can I send the link? All right, this is a good one. So you can go ahead and send that link to No Fugazee Podcast on Instagram. Send a link there. That's No Fugazee Podcast on Instagram. You'll see it. It's the No Fugazee Podcast with the blue check. I think we're at a 220 something subscribers on that channel. So you can send it there via IG. All right. What else? I think that is the end for the super chat. So no people coming in for debate set, but it's okay. We're under an hour in, and sometimes it's like this, chat. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes people are a little bit scared. They're a little bit hesitant to come on up and get the smoke, but it's okay. We'll keep on reacting to content, and as people come up, we'll let them right in. So once again, if you do want to join the stream, we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok right now. It's the first link in the YouTube description or the link that's pinned in the YouTube comments. And let's get to the next clip. All right, so more clips from the members. Let's see what we got here. So it says Mark Lamont Hill on if he would dress up as Medea. And if anyone knows this individual, I'm pretty sure you know what his answer will be. Let's go ahead and watch this.
Mark, would you go full Medea for the bag?
Yes. I go full Medea for half a bag.
So I'm talking about when you go do your hostings, you go to Chicago to these jails, you pull up in a Medea suit. You know what I'm saying? If that's
what's the bag?
Was needed from you.
We got different ideas what the bag. Whatever the bag is for you. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So right off the bat, you can say that, well, this isn't a masculine man. Masculine men, we have principles. So there's do's and don'ts. There's not, for our do's and for our don'ts, When we're speaking about our don'ts, there's not anything that you can say or offer us or do to us for our don't to ever change into a do. And then for our do's, there's not anything that you can ever say or do to us for us to change our do's into a don't, right? These are our principles.
You got pluralized M's. So you would project as someone that you aren't because and then do that for financial gain? Hello. Good morning.
And he said hello. So essentially he's saying like, no, I'll definitely dress up as a woman in a dress. And I don't care what, I don't even have principles on this. I would definitely do this without a problem. So this isn't a masculine man. And I'll continue to explain more, but let's go ahead and continue to watch the video.
I'm glad somebody else said it, because I done said it plenty of times. If they offer me $1 million to put on a dress, who? What kind of dress you want? Maxi, sundress, huh? A skirt, a tube top, spaghetti strap, a wedding dress? What you want? Don't look to me to
Look how weak this individual is. Like men like him, like weak-minded. Men like him women control men like him. Women control men like him because money controls men like him. You get what I'm saying? So if you don't think some dollars is going to control him, some punani isn't going to control him, yes, it would control him. This man is essentially saying like, oh, I'm glad he said it. Oh, I'm glad he said it. No, you stupid dork. Let's continue on.
Represent all of black masculinity. Fuck that. Talking about you will portray somebody you not just for financial gain. What the hell you think actors do every day, dumbass? What do you think their job is? You really think Denzel Washington was Malcolm X? You really think Jamie Foxx was Ray? Huh?
And then he tries, essentially what he's doing here, he's trying to make sense and trying to reason out of, he's trying to make reason out of his dumb decision. So he's for dressing up as a woman for money. So his reasoning for dressing up as a woman for money is going to other things that men did for money, like, well, other acting gigs. Well, you think Denzel Washington wasn't really American Gangster. You think this person wasn't really that. Well, that's not what we're speaking about. I've never seen, we're speaking about a man literally dressing up as a woman, cross-dressing, drags. You get what I'm saying? So that's much different. We've never seen Denzel Washington dress up as a woman. So stick to the topic of what we're speaking about, right? So this is just low IQ behavior, essentially, where he's just moving the goalposts because he doesn't have any principles. He wants to dress. He hopes that someone comes with $1 million, like, bro, put on this dress. He hopes for it.
This homophobic brain y'all got is literally poison. You know why? Because it's okay to play an abuser, though. It's okay to play a drug addict or a drug dealer, though. It's okay to play a kitty toucher, though. It's okay to play a rapist, though, right? It's okay to play all those. But you don't judge none of those, but draw the line at the dress. That's when you start judging the motherfucker.
So look, so then he brings up more points. It's okay to play these other roles. Well, stop it there. What he's doing is making a presupposition, and he wants people to agree with what he presupposes to be okay. Well, no one ever said it's okay to play those roles. That's what you said it's okay. So in your moral compass, you think that it's okay to play all of those degenerate roles, right? So you're trying to say, well, all of these degenerate roles that people play, well, I could dress up in a dress, right? This is essentially saying like, well, bro, this is the man that would have homosexual sex for money. Well, why wouldn't you if you'll dress up in a dress? Where's your threshold? Where's your limit? Where is your limit? And it's so funny is because he's speaking like in a way where it's like, oh, trying to shame people that have moral standards. If we go to Deuteronomy, and he may not even be biblical or anything, he's probably a secularist, right? But let's just speak about the order in certain things. So when we go over to Deuteronomy, that's going to be Deuteronomy 22, verse 5. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man. Neither shall a man put on woman's garment, for all that do so are abomination unto the Lord thy God. So there's strict principles, laws, and guidelines around certain things that's backed from thousands of years ago. Is because if a man is dressing like a woman and a woman is dressing like a man, it causes societal confusion. That's what it does. And it's not good for children to be seeing that. That's why he doesn't have any backbone. He's just thinking, well, whatever, I'll go ahead and these people, right? They just materialistic. Materialism. Their God is, their religion is materialism. Well, if there's money involved, there's not anything I wouldn't do. This dude is a dork. Let's continue on.
When he put on a dress, okay. I got it. Logic, I got it. Dude in the comments was like, well, if you can put the dress on, then something in you wants to and something in you identifies with it. Okay, so all the actors that acted like rapists and kitty touchers, they something in them identify with that? Something in them. Well, it's in them.
And once again, he's still trying to make reason with the things that he wants to do. So, well, I would put on a dress for money. So let me go over here and let's not talk about dresses. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's speak about other immoral things, right? And he's making these presuppositions that these things are okay. Now, I don't think that these things are okay at all either. You get what I'm saying? So that's the thing, man. That's the thing. This dude is just a dork. He's an idiot. All right, we got some people in the chat. Let's go ahead and bring some people up. Make sure your camera is on. We got some people backstage for debate night. Make sure your camera is on and your audio is on. And I'll go ahead and bring you up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name, where you from.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Name and age and where you from.
My name is Lightin. I'm 42 from Zimbabwe, Africa.
Africa, Zimbabwe. And what are you here to debate about? What are you here to debate about?
Okay, I was checking the first clip that you've just played, man.
Okay.
I was like, oh, these things you're talking about in the USA, here in Africa, Zimbabwe, man, those things we don't have. If we have something like that, that
cool.
may be.
Look, I know in Africa, y'all don't tolerate that. Shout outs to Africa. But tonight is debate night, so I'm trying to have some debates. Are you here to debate? Do you have a different opinion than mine or no?
Oh, no, for now.
No, I think that's a no. He froze. Okay, cool, man. Have a blessed day. Appreciate the support, though. We're trying to get some debates, and we need to continue to react to content and keep the show going. So once again, tonight, for all the people that's coming in that wants to click that link, click the link if you're only in here to debate, right? If you disagree with the things that I say, or if any clips that you've ever watched and you've like, cool, you're speaking nonsense, well, this is your time to shine, and you can go ahead and click that link and come on up. This guy came in like, in Zimbabwe and Africa, you know, we don't tolerate that. Man, I know in Africa we don't tolerate that, man. I know, already know that. Everybody knows that. Chop a nigga foot off before you put a dress on. I know. And you know what? Shout out to y'all. But it's debate night, man. Okay. And look at this loser here. I'd put a dress on for 500,000. Okay, well, come on up. The cool man, you are welcome to come on up and explain why you would put on a dress for 500,000. Come on up. Click that link. Okay, let's continue to react to clips while people come on up. And let's put it back there. Get the likes up too. We got a lot of people in here tuning in right now. Make sure you like the video. If you're tuning in on YouTube, Facebook, or TikTok, do that for me now. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and where you're from.
Hey, I'm Ben Thorpe. I'm from Rhode Island. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you good. Yep.
Okay. I think
And real quick, how old are you for TikTok? You look
I
like
would say I'm in my late 40s.
Okay, fair enough. And what do you want to debate about tonight?
So, are you telling me that, like, I think you may be getting things confused. I may be getting things confused, but you're saying that if, like, I'm an actor and I'm chosen to play a role that's like the bad guy in a movie, that I shouldn't take the role?
No, I'm not saying that. That other dude was saying that.
Oh, okay. But let's say in the movie, I'm let's say a gay guy. Should I not take that role?
Well, should you not?
Yeah, you're saying it's immoral for me to play a gay guy in a movie?
I would say that, well, I would have to question your principles.
How so?
So, like, as a man, do you have some things that there's things that you just wouldn't do, and then there's things that you would do, right? So, if we're speaking about things that you wouldn't do, there's a limit to the things that you wouldn't do. Are you a straight heterosexual male?
Yeah, I think so.
You think so? All right. So, would you ever have anal sex, gay homosexual sex with a man for any amount of money?
No.
No, you wouldn't.
No.
Okay. So then
I totally agree with you there. I'm just, go ahead.
So, well, there's a threshold to things, and some people threshold is smaller or bigger than others, right? So we have to see what your limit is to doing something that's essentially gay, to question your principle there, right? So then we would have to say, well, would you put on a dress and dress like a woman for $500,000?
If I had a job as an actor in which I'm playing a role of someone who puts on a dress, absolutely.
Just answer the question, though. Okay. So the answer to the question is, if you are offered $500,000, because that's all that is, it's a job, or even if someone just comes with a briefcase and gives you money.
Yeah.
If you are offered $500,000 to put on a dress, you would put on that dress.
For me to put on a dress, right? Like let's say right now someone said, put on it, I'll give you $500,000 to put on a dress. Of course I would. Are you crazy?
Yeah, but it's going to be like recorded for the world to see, is what I'm saying.
Okay, I put it on this podcast. I put a dress on, I get $500,000. You would question whether someone would do that?
You would do that.
Absolutely. You wouldn't?
Okay. Let me ask you another question. No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
Let me ask you another question.
For $500,000?
No, I wouldn't. Let me ask you another question. Do you have a woman? Like, are you married or have a girlfriend?
Technically I'm putatively married. I'm going through a divorce.
Okay, but like hypothetically, right? You were married, right? With your wife. Let's say hypothetically.
Thought I was. Sure. Well, say I'm married. Sure.
Yeah, let's say you're married, right? Yeah. And $500,000 was offered to you for another man to have sex with your wife. Would you accept it?
No, of course not.
Okay.
What does that have to do with putting on a dress? I don't understand.
What we're doing here is testing your threshold of what I would call as being like your moral principles. You get what I'm saying? Like your
I think you're a little confused there. I mean, I'll go you one further. If someone gave me $100 to put on a dress, I would do it in a second.
You would still do it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with homosexuality.
But once again, to put it on, but also have it recorded for the world to see.
Sure, you can take a picture. Sure, yeah.
Okay, cool. And let me ask you another question. So if someone offered you money to have sex with your wife, but it's like on camera, like OnlyFans, like start OnlyFans, is like
never.
Listen, so you'll never have sex on camera at all?
No, never.
With like your wife? You say that's gross. So why is that? I want you to explain something to me. Why is having sex, why do you think, like you felt repulsed there? I seen it in your face. Why did you have this repulsion when it came to having sex with your wife on camera, but you didn't have that same repulsion? You didn't feel repulsed when you were asked to put on a dress for the same amount of money?
You think that
no, I'm asking you.
Intimate act of sex is similar to putting on a dress? I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
No, well,
it's an intimate act.
Answer my question. I'm just asking.
That's what I'm saying. It's a private, intimate act. I wouldn't publicize like a sexual act of any kind I just think that's like
So putting on
undignified.
so putting on a dress, you know that men are attracted to women in dresses, you would say, right?
Yeah. I understand dresses are female clothing.
Dresses are female garments, right? And
Yeah.
men, we would be attracted to those type of clothes that women would wear, right?
On a woman, on a guy, I'm 6'8". You think a dude's going to be attracted to me if I'm wearing a dress? This is ridiculous.
I mean, if someone is homosexual, they'll be attracted to you if you're not wearing a dress or if you are wearing a dress.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, but essentially what I'm saying here is,
and I don't have a problem with homosexuals being attracted to me.
I'm not saying that you do have a problem with that, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm asking you is, let me just get back to the question.
Sure, yeah, no problem.
Why don't you have this visceral reaction when it comes to putting on a dress, but you do have this repulsion when it comes to, recording you and your wife have sex? I know that there's a difference, but I want you to explain to me why aren't you repulsed for putting on a dress? Like, you think that that's normal for a man to wear the garments that women wear? Obviously.
Did I say I think it's normal for a man to wear a dress? No.
Can you explain yourself? Why?
I didn't
What's
say
your
I thought
reasoning?
it was normal, but it's like, if you give me $50 for me to put on a dress and you take a picture of it, I just think any normal guy would go, yeah, of course, who cares? It's just, it's like, what kind, I would kick it back to you to say, like, why would you care?
Well, why would I care if someone else does?
You think it makes you look like you're gay or something?
No. Well, my question to you, to push it right back on you, is why wouldn't you care? Like, think about this. Let's just flip it real quick. Let's say this. Let's do this, because obviously we have
I put this on and on
obviously we have a different opinion on things. But let's switch it, right? So let's say, if hypothetically, right, this is not my true opinion, chat, so don't clip this up and be like, oh, Cooley is for this. But let's just say that I was for having sex with my wife and putting it on camera for the world to see. Let's just say,
yeah. I just met someone who's into that.
Okay, let's say hypothetically I was for that.
Yeah.
But you're not for that. That you wouldn't tolerate that, right? You would then
in my life, no.
Yeah, but then you would ask me, well, like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I kind of
why would you, right? So now, like,
especially as a man,
right? So think about that reasoning there, right? Think about that reasoning, like, well, if a man has sex with his woman and it's online for the world to see, well,
I got you.
Something is wrong there, right?
Yeah.
And essentially, what I'm saying is, you can't see that in yourself right now by your answer. You're saying that you would put on a dress for $500,000 or even for $10 for the world to see, and you can't even see that something is wrong with that.
Yeah, but I think I get what you're saying. Like, if I was like, I live in a neighborhood, if you said to me, put on a dress and like walk around the neighborhood acting like it's normal, I might be like, I don't know, that seems antisocial. But if you're saying to me openly, like, I'm going to give you $100 to put this skirt on, I'd be like, all right, if you're really going to give me $100, what do I care? Why would a man be so insecure about his masculinity that putting on a skirt with, like, in a context that everyone knows he's getting $100, to me, that's baller.
That's baller. Okay.
Like, what kind of a man would turn down money to do something that doesn't matter? You know what I'm saying?
That doesn't matter to you. I see what you're saying. So, yeah, what type of man would turn down materialism, the material world, for, his own principles and his own dignity, right?
Principles?
Why would a man do that? Principles, dignity. Well, I thought that you had principles and dignity when it came to you having sex with your woman. I thought you utilized principles and dignity when it came to the question where I asked you, would you have sex with your wife on camera? You said no. Did you utilize principles and dignity to justify for your reasoning of saying no?
Yeah, I'm just saying, in the case of putting on a dress, it's like, it's ridiculous. It's nothing to do with dignity or principles.
It has nothing to do with dignity or principles. Well, do you think that as a man, we have dignity and principles? So do you think that a man...
you can joke around. Like, you can...
well, there's things that you can joke with and there's things that I think that heterosexual men wouldn't joke with. And a heterosexual man has standards. There's standards for a man. So you use the word insecurity. Well, it's not insecure. I think that some men have higher standards than other men, and we're witnessing it here.
I think you might be gay, bro. Honestly, because
honestly,
you're so
I think you may be gay.
About your masculinity.
Honestly, I think you may be gay. Honestly, okay. Well, let's see.
A gay dude would
let's see if you're really gay. Someone's sending $100 for this guy to put on a dress. He'll put on his daughter's dress. Let's see.
Oh, sure.
He'll do it for $100.
Sending $100. Are you gonna give me $100?
The super chat will sending $100. This dude to put on a dress.
What's a skirt?
Let's see. Sure. Yeah, great. Let's see. And this is the man that said I'm gay. Time out. Look, chat. This is the man that said I'm gay, and he about to put on a dress.
Are you going to give me $100? I'll do it for free. I'll do it for free.
This $100 isn't coming from me. This $100 isn't coming from me.
Yeah, watch. I'll do it right here.
So this man, I want everyone to witness this. He just called. He said that he thinks I'm gay, and right now he's putting on a dress.
Yeah.
Oh man!
I don't think you're gay, but I just think you got issues. Here you
Chat,
go.
look at this. This is disgusting, man. And you know what? Essentially, I would be promoting this filth. I would be promoting this filth on you putting on a dress right now, and I'm so against some of this stuff. So I'm happy that you went ahead and took it off because I was about to kick you off my stream. I was about to kick you off the stream.
Oopsie, right? You're
making yourself. You was about to get kicked off the stream.
You just asked me to do that.
I wanted to see. No, what I did was you said that, hey, man, I think that you're gay. I said, this man is about to put on a dress. He literally just put on a dress but called me gay.
You're so afraid of being seen as gay.
Man.
It seems like you may have issues.
So the thing what I'm trying to establish here with you, Ben, is you have dignities and principles when it comes to certain things, and then there's other things that's in that same realm where you would excuse your dignities and principles for money or just for some clout, because essentially I believe that you went ahead and put on that dress for some clout, right? So obviously you got your name up there and stuff. It's like, well, if I go ahead and put on this dress, obviously I'll get some clout from it. I'll make a clip. No 100. I don't think anyone was supporting that. I don't think anyone was supporting that.
Didn't they say they were gonna?
Nah, I don't even think the chat was even with it. But so
it didn't come from me. Where'd it come from?
Let me ask you a question. Right? So,
yeah, sure.
Where do you draw the line at when it comes to your masculinity?
You know, I think masculinity is like it's not as like precious of a thing as you think it is. Like guys, I think part of masculinity is not caring about stuff like that. I think I went to a bar with a bunch of like truckers, or whatever you want to say, cops. And I said, each of you gets $500. You can take it home to your wife and kids if you put this on. I think most of them would do it. Take the $500. I think that's more masculine than saying like, oh my God.
Fair enough. And where do you get like your morals from? Where's your morals grounded? Are you religious? Oh, you're Catholic. You're a Catholic man. So you're a Catholic. So you just put on a dress. Do you know that if you're a Catholic in Deuteronomy,
technically, I mean, I suppose that makes me gay that I know what it is.
Technically, yeah. So do you know in Deuteronomy 22 verses 5, it says, the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment.
Yeah, they're talking about.
Okay, listen, for all that do, so it's an abomination unto the Lord thy God. So what you just did, if you're a Catholic man, that was just an abomination to God.
Right. Okay. You don't think that's talking about like men who like dress as women? You think that's a guy who's obviously heterosexual putting it on for 5 seconds? You think that applies? You don't interpret things?
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question then. So let's say if it...
you think God's offended by that?
Let me ask you a question. So let's say if a man wanted to have sex with your wife for 5 seconds, but he gave you $500,000, would you do it?
Different. Totally different.
Totally different. Okay. So
No,
therefore,
the answer is no. Yeah. No.
the answer is no on that part, but the answer isn't no on putting on a skirt or a dress for 5 seconds for some clout and attention online.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, if that makes
Apples
sense
and
to you,
oranges. Can I give you an example?
it's not apples and oranges, but sure, go ahead. If you want to explain
Well, I mean,
yourself,
I don't
tonight is
think
debate
you would
night.
say
Sure.
that wearing a skirt for 5 seconds is the equivalent of having sex with someone's wife. I mean, unless you do. But
No,
I used to,
it's not an equivalent. What I'm measuring here is your principles. So your don'ts, things that you just won't do, right? So I would say this: there's not any type of homosexual behavior that you can ask me to do for any amount of money. There's not anything that I would do it would be nothing I would do would be putting on females' clothes. I would never do anything gay. It's not in my principles. It's not in my standard as a man to ever go outside of that. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm speaking
would you ever go to a
about.
gay bar just like with friends?
No.
What about if there's a hot chick, like say you're not married and there's a hot chick, she wants to go to a gay bar, and
You know what? So that tends to happen sometimes. That tends to happen. You know, you're speaking to a woman sometimes, back in the day, and the woman is like, hey, come out here. But then, you're like, oh, what club? And there's a gay bar. The men that really want that woman, they'll go ahead and go to that gay bar. Like the men that don't have the ability to get other women, they'll go ahead and go to that gay bar because they want to impress that woman. They don't want to lose the opportunity or the chance with that woman. So they'll well, it's just a gay bar, but I really want to see Katie. I'll go.
What's
Guess
a gay
what?
bar going to do to a guy?
Well, listen,
Make him gay?
Let me answer your question, right?
Sure, yeah. I appreciate you being.
I've had that opportunity, right? Where a woman actually asked me that in my younger years. And I said no, I never accepted it because I was a man that always had principles and self-dignity. And not only that, if I did, I've always had options too. But let's say if I didn't have any options, she's not worth going to a gay bar and chilling with her just because I want her to lose my self-dignity. A chick isn't worth that. That's what simps do. That's simp behavior.
So you think you lose
Only simps will go to a gay bar to oppress a chick.
But wait, maybe she's saying like, are you cool like being around gays, or are you like super uptight guy? And
What do you
she's
mean?
shit testing you. Like, isn't it a kind of way, like it can be a way a woman is saying to a guy, like, are you one of these guys who I have to validate your masculinity constantly because anything that even gets close to being gay, you're going to freak out about? Or are you a real man who's fine with that kind of stuff, who can have gay friends, whatever? Do you see what I'm saying?
So you're was that a question or was that a statement? What was that?
I'm saying, like, in a certain way, it's more masculine to say, it doesn't bother me to go to a gay bar.
Okay, well, let's test this out. Let's test it out. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Is it, so you're saying that...
Well, I wouldn't normally go to one,
Well, let's test this theory out by asking you a question. Let me just still man your position to make sure I have it right. You're saying that, well, essentially, it's more masculine of a man to do the gay things.
It's not gay to go to a gay bar.
You see how that even sounded
chick,
gay?
it ain't gay. It ain't gay.
Let me still man a position. This is what you're saying. This is what you're saying. Correct me if I'm
clarify.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, though. Are you saying this? It's more gay if the masculine man rejects going to the gay club or being around gay people. Which means that he would be more.
Gives up good pussy.
Let me finish. No. You're putting other things in there. Let me finish. Let me finish my statement here. So then that means that the man would be more masculine if he tolerated and put himself in a position to be around gay people and to go to a gay club. You're saying that would be the masculine man.
Yeah.
Okay.
A masculine man isn't afraid of gays. Who cares? What's a gay? It's just less competition. You know what I'm saying?
Send the asteroids.
Can I give you an example of something like this? When I used to teach in a Catholic school, Catholic boys school.
Oh man.
And the boys would only use so there's like 5 urinals, right? And the boys would only use the first, the third, and the fifth urinal. We had 5 minutes between classes, and I'm a teacher. I got to get to class. And they'd sit there and wait until one of them became available so they had spacing so it didn't seem gay. I just went in there, took my dick out, and took a piss right between the guys. I don't care. You think that makes me seem gay or the guys waiting in line seem gay?
Okay, so that was your example to your weird claim of saying that a man, and this is funny, and I'm repeating it back so you also hear the lunacy of what you're saying. So once again, this is what you're saying.
Yeah,
it is more masculine if the man puts himself in situations that's in a gay club or around gay people rather than the man rejecting being around gay people and rejecting being in a gay club.
That's exactly right. Yes.
Okay, and how do you reason with this? Please make it make sense, because it doesn't make any sense.
If you're afraid of gays, if it's like the number one thing you don't want to look gay, you probably have issues in that area.
You're making your presupposition, I would say, is inaccurate. I don't believe in homophobia. I don't think that is true. I don't know any human being on a planet that is actually scared of a gay person.
Well, phobia just means anti. You don't think the guy who shot up the Pulse nightclub? You don't think he was homophobic?
I think that people are intolerant. So people have standards, and there's things that they are tolerant of, and there's things that they are not tolerant of, right? So I think that people, masculine men, they are intolerant of certain things. Just like you think about this, right? And this is why I want to keep bringing up the example where you said that, well, I wouldn't have sex with my wife on camera. Like, you're intolerant of that. And guess what? Yeah. I'm not trying to shame you for that. I'm not trying to shame you or demonize you and call you insecure. But with your own logic, you would actually be insecure and you would actually be less masculine.
I don't see how.
Think about it. You just said that, well, I think that if a man puts himself in a situation around gay people or in a gay club, he's more masculine. So if you do something, so if you have sex with a man, are you the ultimate masculine man?
No.
Because you did it?
No,
Like,
but you're saying being in the presence of
intelligent.
gay people, what is it that being in the presence of gay people does to you? It seems like you're afraid.
It doesn't do
the
anything.
logic is that you would be afraid that it would make you gay.
No, it
doesn't make someone gay to be around gay. I could be around gays 24/7. It was my job to work in a gay cruise.
Okay, so listen, let's just use your logic to the logical conclusion. You just said that. Let me repeat it back. If a man puts himself in a situation around gay people and he's tolerant of that, and he also can go to a gay club and he's tolerant of that, he would be more masculine than the man that didn't put himself in that position. Which means that, stop it, the next level of the most masculine man is to actually have sex with a man.
Well, you're twisting it a little.
No, I'm not twisting anything.
You are. You are.
That's linear thinking. That would be, well, the next step is to actually have sex with the man.
No,
I go to a gay club. I have gay friends, but I actually have sex with a man. I'm the most masculine man.
You're doing the thing of talking over me, which is less masculine than not doing.
No, I'm not speaking over you. Actually, it's my turn to speaking. You're speaking while I'm speaking, so actually that's less masculine. And also, this is my platform, and you're still speaking while I'm speaking, so that's less masculine. Masculine men, we understand a hierarchy. We understand that, well, this is his platform. He's the authority figure here. So let's just get that straight. But okay. You had a question, I guess you wanted to ask. Go ahead and ask that question, or it was something you were trying to say.
I said the stuff about the urinals.
Okay, that's all you wanted to say.
Example I gave. Did you say that was?
Let me ask.
Less masculine, that I should sit there and wait in line?
No,
when it comes,
available? When it comes to the whole urinal thing, I guess that was only your example to map onto the men being intolerant or tolerant around gay people.
That's not gay.
I don't think that the boys or the men that's skipping a urinal to not be right next to a man, I don't think that man is gay or insecure because he won't pee in the urinal. I think that, well, if anything, I would say that it makes sense because a nigga is peeing right there. I wouldn't pee right next to him. I see how that would make sense.
I was made fun of in my own back class,
yeah,
and I
you
said, "You
can
guys are a bunch of fuck."
you can make fun, but guess what, Ben?
Ridiculous.
People make fun of you by going to a gay club. Oh, look at
Yeah,
Ben.
you're welcome
Ben
to
is,
make fun of me.
Ben is a 6'8" white man with a beard going to a gay club. For a chick, what a simp. People will be making fun of you, Ben.
And I'm smiling from ear to ear because I pulled the pussy, and you sit there with your dick in your hands.
But you had
saying,
to go through loops.
Gay.
Think about it, Ben. You had to go through all of these loops and hurdles and different bounds just to get the vagina from the woman by going to a gay club. Meanwhile, Ben, that same woman that made you go to a gay club to hang out with her, she hung out with a nigga like me and ain't have to go to a gay club. She hung out with me, just chilling. Hey, yeah, come on over, Cooley. We don't have to go to a gay club. Let's Netflix and chill. So another man gets to Netflix and chill with the chick, easy access to the vagina, but you had to go to a gay club and you accepted it. You are the definition of a simp.
But I'm pulling the pussy. You ain't, right?
No, the other man. You don't think that woman had one night stands with men?
Kinda gay, dude. Honestly.
You don't think that? Nah, that isn't.
Together?
Yeah, I don't think that is. I think that's actually. I think that's actually pimp and player because the man isn't spending his money and his resources on a date and all of that. She actually likes him like that, where it's like, baby, just come over. You get what I'm saying? So you speaking nonsense right now. But anyways, Ben. Anyways, Ben, I got a question for you, and then I'm gonna get someone else up here.
Yeah, sure. I don't want to take too much of your time. I've enjoyed the conversation. I don't want to seem like I'm hostile.
Question for you. So. Essentially, you're saying that, well, you don't really have you do have a limit on certain things, but when it comes to the whole gay thing, you really don't have a limit. You said that you wouldn't have sex with a man, but you just put on a dress live on stream. So
absolutely.
Okay. So you said that you were divorced. Did your wife divorce you?
No. We're going through it.
You're going through the divorce.
Yeah.
Is one of the reasons did she listen to you? Were you a man that she wanted to submit to and follow your guidance?
Yeah.
She followed your guidance.
She didn't follow, but she wanted to, but I was too much of a man for her.
Oh, you were too much of a man because you was putting on your daughter's dress.
I wasn't putting on my daughter's dress. But if she asked me if I would do that for $50,
did you ever
absolutely.
Let your daughter do makeup on your face?
I have. I'm a streamer, so I've let her do makeup because sometimes when, do you think every person on TV is gay because they do makeup?
That's not what I said. I'm just asking you.
I'm just curious. I'm curious to you. Everyone on every Hollywood set.
What I'm
does
asking
makeup,
you is,
right? Are they gay? Would you say, I ain't gonna have this Hollywood gig because I don't want to put makeup on because it's so important for me to not seem gay? Seems like it.
Well, no. Well, just to answer your question, no, I wouldn't put on makeup. But I have two daughters. I wouldn't allow my daughters to put makeup on me. My daughters wouldn't even ask to put makeup on daddy because they know that daddy is a man, and men have certain a place in this world and certain principles and a certain position in this world, and women and little girls have a different place and position in this world. So that's not anything. One of my daughters is 13 years old. She's never even asked. She's never even asked those type of things.
You'd say no way.
No, she doesn't.
Daughter?
She's never asked before, and I'm not the father for her to ask that type of question because she knows. Well, yeah, she knows that, and she's not the daughter.
I get it.
No, she's not the daughter to even think that this is even acceptable for a grown man, the leader of a household, her protector and her provider, to dress like a woman.
Is that men wear makeup on TV and in Hollywood?
Listen, man, you talking about putting on makeup like a girl. That's something totally different. But anyways, there's some people that actually want to speak to you. Let's bring up a few people here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Welcome to No Fugazee podcast, Tiger. Just for TikTok purposes, state your age.
I just turned 30 yesterday.
Cool. And I'm sure you have some questions to Ben, huh?
Yeah. Just one quick question. I don't think I really need to debate because he'll destroy himself for me. But so you said, Ben, that it makes you more masculine, the fact that you taught at a Catholic boys' school that you ignored the urinal spacing and got right in between little boys at the Catholic school, and that makes you
high
masculine?
school. It was a high school.
They're still boys, though, correct?
They're not little boys.
They're young
And
boys.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Of legal age? Are they of legal age? Are they 18?
Legal age to do what? To butt fuck like you want to?
Hey,
Who said I wanted to
let's
butt fuck?
not use that type of language. We are live on TikTok.
Underage sexually? Yeah.
You're the
none
one
of them
who's
were
standing
18.
in the urinal between them, whipping your peen out with no shame, and that. But somehow I'm the one who is the homosexual here.
Yeah, somehow. Yeah.
How? You know what? Why don't you defend?
I don't know. You're the one
your
having
position?
fantasies about like a teacher, a high school teacher.
It's not a
going
fantasy.
to the
It's
urinal.
what you actually did. It's not a fantasy.
Yeah, I have no problem urinating next to high school boys. Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay,
There weren't separate
I think that speaks for
facilities
itself.
Yeah.
Dude.
Good luck getting an actual house to live in, by the way. But the garage is a step in the right direction.
This is a garage that's connected to my house. So
I'm sure that's true.
Is that your way of trying to like debate with me about your clear pedophilia?
Hey, why don't you send me your name and I will sue you? How about that?
What would you sue me? What do you have to sue me for calling you out for being a PDF?
Yeah, no, yeah. That's not pedophilia.
It kind of seems like pedophilia. It sounds like.
Why don't you get the
PDF
fuck out of here? Go back to your fucking hole that you live in.
Hey,
crawl
Ben,
back under a rock.
stop the cusses, man, or I gotta kick you.
allows me to.
Stop the cusses, or I gotta cuss you.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Or I gotta cut you. And once again, it's a debate. So go ahead.
It's not a debate. This
Don't
guy's
get
just an
sensitive,
asshole.
Ben. No, he
But
pointed
yeah,
out something clear. Tiger pointed out something clear.
So you think it's pedophile?
Listen to
the
what Tiger.
bathroom?
Listen
Maybe
to
not.
what-
Maybe it's not PDF file. Maybe. I mean, it could be construed that way, but it's definitely not masculine, which was your point. And I'd like you to explain to me how that's masculine.
It's not masculine to go to the bathroom when you have a job, to take a piss and get to your job. You're saying it's masculine to sit in line because kids are being homophobic?
No,
to a
I'm
ridiculous
saying
degree?
it's not masculine to make this claim like okay, I'm more masculine because I ignored the clear discomfort of young boys who wish to be separated when they pee at the urinal. Right,
Yeah, it's more masculine. That's right. I'm saying to these young men, stop being such a bunch of homos. Stop being such a bunch of homos. There's 5 urinals here. Let's use them. That's called masculinity.
Okay,
Use the urinals. Get to class. Don't sit here waiting in line because you're afraid of taking your dick out. Where the spacing it's engineered. It's no. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I'm.
Well, hey, you know what? Okay,
That's how it was engineered. That's how the thing was built. Use the urinal.
Were there dividers, or were there just urinals next to each other with no dividers?
I don't think there were dividers.
There were no dividers? Well, yeah, that's kind of weird, bro. I think most men would
You can
probably
blame architects. You can say architects are all homosexuals. Okay.
Do what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
The key difference here, Ben, is that you are doing this around kids, and you're a grown man. Like if you're speaking about like men getting around, like if you play a sport like NFL players all in their locker room, well, those are grown men. But you're around little children, and
They're
there's
not little children. There's no little children in the high school.
And guess what?
No little children in
Well,
high
they're kids in high school.
Age, man.
They're not of legal
legal
age.
age for what?
They're just not of legal age.
Legal age for what?
You see, like you said that you whip out your wang. Yeah. I don't care who sees it, little kids.
No shame.
I do it around little kids. I whip out my wang around little. This is what you said. I whip out my wang around little kids.
It's a male urinal. Everyone in the school had to
this
use
is
the male
why
urinal.
he put the P-file claim on you.
Yeah, and I think he can put it on himself because, like, if you think that's pedophilia, you're crazy. You must be one yourself.
I'm not the one whipping my peen out with no shame in between 2 high school
I'm sure
boys.
you don't have a job, and that's why you live in a garage.
I don't live in a garage and I have a job. That. I don't see how that addresses the debate
What
we're
kind of
having
job
at
do you
all.
have? What kind of job do you have?
I don't see that has no bearing on the matter, Ben. My job is
okay. I'm just trying to have a conversation with you. What kind of job do you
okay.
have?
Well, you must know I'm a chimney sweep. Is that now? Can we continue with the debate that we're having here?
All right, so you're a chimney sweep. So you work like in people's houses.
Let's talk about the actual topic at hand.
Sometimes you got to take a piss or take a shit, right? I mean,
yes, and I don't do it next to their teenage boys.
Well, true. I mean, but like sometimes you've got to like go to the bathroom and you have to tell people that.
I think
right?
now
Sometimes
you see how it's
I don't.
weird.
Sometimes I don't ever take. I don't take bathroom breaks in front of their children. No.
Right, it's not a similar
real quick, Ben and Tiger.
Let's say you were working with a younger chimney sweep.
Ben, I gotta mute you real quick. Trying to get some decorum here. Yeah, Ben. Real quick. Tiger. Ben, I got other people in here that want to ask you some questions. So if you don't mind staying, but Tiger, I'm gonna go ahead and put you backstage. Stay there though. Don't go anywhere, and I'll probably bring you back up later on. Let's go ahead and get Carl in here. All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. Just state your name and your age.
What's up, Cools and company? Carl here, 39. Can y'all hear me okay?
I can hear you good. And Ben, you're unmuted. But Carl, okay. You had some questions for Ben?
You know, not even Cooley. I just wanted to offer a perspective of my own, right? So, and to touch on a couple of the points that were made. So, one, as far as the conversation on masculinity, you know, I've gotten on before, and I touched on some stuff a long time ago. But personally, right, I've got two sons, 10 and 13. I have a close relationship with my father. I have a close relationship with my grandfather, and I have, you know, very close lessons from my great grandfather and my great great grandfather, going back 6 generations. Right, I've coached Little League. I've led mentoring organizations. So as far as, you know, the first point I would address was one of the first things that you guys are talking about. At least when I chimed in or when I logged in and checked you guys out, was not wanting to be around homosexuals. Like that, in my opinion, having that preference of wanting to be in a heterosexual environment, that doesn't equate to fear or insecurity. You know, one of the things that I believe has happened to our society, you know, over the last 40, 50 years is it's, you know, become evil to be masculine or to be traditional or to desire that. And I don't think that's healthy, and that's not the case. That's one. Now, second, as far as, you know, I've been listening to, you know, the issues that you're speaking about too. I have educators in my family too. My grandmother, you know, she taught at a Catholic school, second grade, for over 30 years locally. My grandfather,
quick, Carl, let's get to the point real quick. So, because we got Evan in here too. So essentially you're saying right now, and I'll let you land your plane in a second, but essentially you're saying that, you know, masculinity has nothing to do with being tolerant of being around environments that is not of heterosexual men. And I would agree. Ben, you would.
I agree.
Totally. Well, Ben, you can't agree with that.
I prefer to be around heterosexual guys.
But Ben,
go to gay bar. I use the example of going to gay bars to get laid.
Ben, you just said that the man that is tolerant and would put himself around gay people or go to a gay club, he actually is more masculine because he's not insecure. You said the guy who
didn't care really that much.
Okay, so the guy that does care and has standards, he's actually less masculine. That's what you said. Then.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, so therefore, the logical entailment of what you just said is that men that put themselves in position around homosexual people or go to homosexual clubs, they are more masculine than the people that wouldn't.
Yeah, if you make a big deal of it. But he said preferences. That's like saying like I date black chicks as opposed to white chicks. That's like I don't, you know, that's no problem.
Well, I mean, these are all preferences.
Yeah, but you're saying if someone gives you $100 to put a skirt on, yeah, put the skirt on.
No,
if you're trying to get a girl, she wants to get a gay bar, go to the gay bar. Yeah,
Ben, no one paid you $100 and you put on a skirt.
My second point,
Oh, I did
even
it for
more
clout. You're
important,
right. I did it for clout. Another
more
win for me.
more importantly,
Materialism.
um,
Go ahead,
if I
Carl.
can,
Yeah.
Well,
thanks. More
you're the one who
importantly,
offered me $100.
Go ahead,
the
Carl.
the the visualization and communication of the delivery of, and I don't want to belabor this and keep talking about this, but being a high school teacher and just the way you put it, and I know maybe some of it was for shock value, but these kids, they're under 18 years old, they're below the age of
For the most
consent.
part.
And them being uncomfortable, no, not for the most part, period. I don't know, across the
No,
United States of America,
there's
and I
18
don't know
years
what
old in
state
high
you're
school.
in, but in
There's 18 years old.
some states are very strict. They've had to pass legislation keeping men from going into little girls' bathrooms, and so there's some dangerous things going on. There's some societies and organizations that believe
Of
that
course.
men should be able to have sex with little boys who are not of age, but in the United States, that's illegal. And I'll tell you, that's a slippery slope, and it does sound pedophilia. If there's a child
Let me
who's
ask you a question,
uncomfortable
Carl.
with your sexual, with you exposing yourself to them,
I
stop.
get
Why
it.
are you cutting me
You're
off?
upset.
You're
Because you
continuing to
talk
cut
too
me off.
long.
I
You
don't know
talk too
why.
long, Carl. Let me ask you a question. Let me
But
turn it around.
if you're
Well, you
exposing
told us
yourself
about 6
sexually
generations of
to a
One
your
mic at
child
family. It's
one,
too
who's
one
much.
mic at a
uncomfortable with
time.
that,
One mic at a time.
that's illegal.
Fellas. Go ahead, Ben. Ask
Let
your
me ask you a
question.
question.
Ask your
Carl,
question, Ben.
I'm not saying you do this, but let's just say you go for a hike in the woods with your 10 and 13-year-old son, and you got to go pee. Is that a big deal? Do you make a big deal about that? Like, or do you just go over to a tree
Yes, indecent
with your two
exposure
sons?
is illegal. Absolutely.
So you would wait
Absolutely.
to go to a
Indecent
bathroom?
exposure,
So, okay, perfect.
indecent
So,
exposure is illegal, and it also can be considered grape.
okay.
Absolutely. You
Okay, so
know,
so if you had to take a piss, you'd say the hike's over. We got to go and find a toilet for daddy to go to pee in.
no, there's a difference between finding a toilet, relieving yourself, and being indecent and
No,
just
I'm
whipping
saying you're
yourself
on a
out in
hike.
front of people.
Carl, stay with me. You got 6 generations here of wisdom. Draw on it, my man. You're on a hike in the woods. There's no toilets around. Okay? I'm
Listen,
saying
I have three
takes a
degrees.
piss and he lets his son take pisses too. A guy like you says that's indecent exposure and it's grape.
No,
We
no,
got to
you're
go find a
mischaracterizing what I
bathroom.
said. You're
And that is
mischaracterizing
not
what I
as
said.
masculine. I'm sorry.
You're
Not.
Cooley. He's mischaracterizing what I
Okay,
said
well, go
completely.
ahead, Carl. Go ahead and
Right?
correct him. Go ahead.
I spent time. I'm a U.S. Army veteran. All right, I've actually spent time in the woods having to do this very same thing. What I'm talking about is you're insinuating that it's appropriate to cozy up next to a child and expose yourself and relieve yourself when that child's uncomfortable with it. That's what you're insinuating.
Yeah. I'd cozy up next to a child. I'm using the
That's
urinals as they
the
were
exact language
designed.
you said.
I'm using a
Instead of waiting,
urinal as they're designed to be used, Carl. Yes.
and that's
You call that
inappropriate.
cozying up? Then
That's inappropriate.
I think you got problems.
Why do I have a problem?
Wait a second. If you're traveling,
Why
right?
wouldn't you
And you
respect
go,
someone's
hey,
personal space,
hold on. If you're traveling,
especially a child?
hold on, Carl. If you're traveling, right, and you stop at a
You said you have daughters, right?
Oh, hold on a second.
So if a man went into the bathroom where your daughters were using the bathroom and whipped it out right in between both of them, would you be comfortable with that?
You're talking about a man going to the bathroom in a women's restroom?
So let me
What are we
create some
talking about,
decorum
Carl?
real quick. Let me create some decorum.
What's the difference?
Essentially, I got you real quick.
What's the difference? What are you talking about?
Yeah, essentially,
Homosexuality is okay.
Carl,
when you're under
essentially what
18.
he's
Is it
saying,
homosexual to go to use a urinal?
you're
Now,
right.
I mean, exposing yourself
I
to
got both of
boys.
y'all. I got both of y'all. Hold up, Carl. What he's saying, what Ben is saying, you got to be able to catch it quick, Carl. Ben is just asking a question, but his question doesn't even map on. So you can just answer yes just to answer the question, because essentially he's talking about going on a hike. So it's not no public indecency, because it's like it's a hike. You're at somewhere up in the mountains, nobody is around, and you and your son is like, okay, you gotta pee. You're not gonna pee by a tree. So essentially, that's what he's saying. So you could just be like yes to that, but that doesn't map on to what you're speaking about. You're speaking about something totally different, and he's speaking about something totally different. So you want to be able to catch that quick. All right, both of y'all unmuted. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would go quick. I would even say no to that. I'm going to respect my son's personal space. If I got to pee and my son has to pee, I'm not going to rumble up next to him because I don't want to walk 5 more
he didn't
paces.
say that. He didn't say that, Carl. He's not.
So that's the only distinction I'm making.
Okay,
Because
cool.
that was the similarity in the bathroom. Is instead of waiting a couple of minutes till something else opened up, he
Yep,
wanted to just rush
exactly.
in
But
there and whip
Carl,
it out
he's
and
giving.
laugh about it.
He's a bad debater. He's giving an example that doesn't map onto the conversation. So it has
Yeah.
nothing to do with the urinal. That's why you could have just answered yes and then got right back to the urinal.
Well, let me
thing.
ask you this.
You
Let
know,
me
I
ask
have a
you this,
legal
Carl.
mind. I'm
Let
a
me ask you
lawyer
this,
by
Carl.
trade
No,
and
I
by
know.
design.
You
So
good? You
Let's say
good?
your son, you can
you
say
know,
your son's got to pee. He's
literal.
really got to go. He's 10 years
Yeah.
old. Okay.
Real quick,
And
Ben.
he's having trouble unbuckling.
Ben.
He's
Hold up.
having trouble unbuckling.
Ben, I gotta mute you. Let me just I'm gonna let you ask your question, Ben. I'm gonna mute you real quick. I'm gonna let you ask it. No worries. I got Evan up here. I want Evan to go. Evan, go ahead and just introduce yourself and give your age because we're live on TikTok.
All right. Even.
That's right.
Kind of like I'm from the Detroit area, and I am 22.
Okay, cool. All right, Ben, you're gonna be unmuted, and you can go ahead and ask your question to Carl.
All right, Carl, let me further this. Like, so your son's 10 years
Just
old.
don't imagine my son
Sort of
pulling
between.
his zipper down too much. Maybe use somebody else to hurry up with that, because you're
I don't
inappropriate.
see why that's inappropriate. I'm
Just come
saying,
on, man. Be
if you're
quick
the
with it, brother.
father of a 10-year-old, I mean,
Right.
did you
So for my
change
son,
your
of course
kid's
it's not
diapers?
appropriate.
I mean,
Of
what
course it's
is
not
this?
inappropriate for me
I
to
don't
take
know
care of
you
my
or your
son.
son or your
But you're
6
a teacher, bro.
generations of
Those aren't your
whatever.
kids. Those aren't your kids.
I don't
That's
know
the
your
difference.
son. It's a theoretical.
Those aren't your
moron.
kids. You're a teacher.
I got you.
Of
Let's do this.
Carl,
of course, I
you're
would take
losing
care
it
of my
here.
son, but
Let's.
I'm not going to do
Would
that
you
for
help him
another
unbuckle his
child.
pants and pull down
That's
his zipper
ridiculous.
so he could get his penis out and take a piss so he doesn't piss his pants, or not?
For a high school age boy,
Your son, who's 10 years old, he's gonna piss his pants.
first of all, my
He's having
10-year-old doesn't
trouble.
have that problem. I taught him that when he was 5.
All right, look.
Oh man,
Like,
I
you're
mean,
weird,
the answer
bro.
any
I'm gonna
normal man
You're weird
would
and
some more
do,
people.
inappropriate.
I would
Real
help
quick.
him.
Could I
Any
ask
normal man.
Ben
A quick mute.
question?
I'm gonna
real
bring
quick?
up some more people, and Ben, I got you. You stay. Carl, good convo. Just try not to. He was asking a hypothetical. When you're debating these liberals and these feminists and these guys with these weak, feeble women mindset, go ahead and let them ask their hypothetical, because then you can ask a hypothetical back to obliterate him. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna bring you down, Carl. But stay backstage. I'll bring you back up next, and then Ben, you're unmuted, and Evan, you're unmuted. I'm gonna go ahead and also bring up this guy, and but introduce yourself after Even speaks. Even actually, no, Ben, you were gonna ask a question to Even, or
No, that was my Carl question.
okay, cool. So Even, go ahead and ask a question to Ben.
Ben, I am well aware that you're willing to go and potentially do something embarrassing in other people's eyes for clout or money, which is, I can understand that. But I got to ask you, as a father, why would you be willing to go and put your kids in that same line to go and kind of like dirty their reputation? Because you and your daughter made a comedic bit where you imply that you're incestuous, and I think
No.
that didn't necessarily play out the best.
No, that's not true. We didn't make a comedic bit. People say stuff. I had my son on a stream today. Beautiful young man, 13 years old.
Okay. I guess Even, are you familiar with Ben's content?
I know a bit of the Lord, so to say.
I'm not. First time ever seeing this guy. So what were you saying, Even? Say that again. What do you know of him?
What I know about him is he has a very talented daughter that a lot of people like. And Ben likes to go and put himself out there, but there's like an issue with like networking where one way or the other, like a bridge gets burned. And I don't know if that's your fault, Ben. I have no judgment either way. I don't know enough because I'm not in your shoes to.
Yeah, people will say something like, he wore a skirt on Fugazee stream. He's a gay or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He wore his daughter's skirt. That's inappropriate.
Yeah.
It's this hysteria. It's the same hysteria.
Okay,
like
so was that your daughter that came into the room? Was that your daughter that came into the room?
That was, yes.
Okay. All right. So we got the guy down to the left. Go ahead and introduce yourself, just name and age, since we're on TikTok.
My name's Mikey J, and I'm 27.
Okay. Are you gay?
No, I'm straight.
You just you had to ask, man. Homie was laying like this for a long time and
It's
it's
spicy.
posing
Why don't
weird,
you
man.
sit up?
Yeah.
Why don't you sit up like a man? Why
But
you laying down?
anyways,
Who are you talking to like that? Yo,
anyways,
let's
what
Talking
start
to
the
you like that.
decorum.
Sit up. Have some respect for this platform. Sit up. Use the camera right. Get your fucking Get your ceiling light out of there. Have some respect for yourself and for us.
he's
Dude,
good. Ben,
chill
calm
out.
down. Hey, go ahead and just state your name and age.
Me,
And your
Oh,
age?
Lord.
I need your age.
I'm 27.
Okay, and what are you here to debate about? Do you have a question for Carl or for myself?
More along the lines of religion. I believe religion makes more problems than it actually solves.
Okay, all right. So you want to do? I'll bring you back up later on. Right now we're on this Ben dressing in a skirt.
Yeah, man.
But stay backstage. All right. Let me see here. Uncle Tyga, I'm gonna go ahead and remove you backstage real quick because we got a lot of other people that want to come up, and also Carl gonna remove y'all from backstage. But I'll bring y'all back up shortly. I just want to create some room because the room was full. All right, so let's go ahead and get this guy in. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. State your name and age.
Oh, I'm David, 32.
Okay, and are you here to join a conversation to ask Ben or myself a question?
No, I'm here to ask you some questions, not Ben.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you're saying something about from the initial debate, though. You're talking about a man actually acting a gay role in a movie. That's correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll ask you a question. What's the purpose of acting?
What's the purpose of acting?
No, I'm asking you, Ben. I'm talking to a colleague. You're not you.
Oh, okay. You don't have to be so rude, though.
Sorry?
You might want to be a little more respectful.
No, I wasn't talking to you. The question was
Ben,
for Coley,
he was
not
talking
you.
to me. Yeah, the question
be
is
polite.
for me.
You could be polite, like
For me.
Cooley. He's very polite.
Okay, so question for you, David. So are you on the, you have opposing views than I have. You are okay with men dressing up as women to act in acting roles. You're not repulsed by that. You don't think that there's anything wrong with men putting on women's garment.
No.
Okay, cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and put Ben. Ben, you could go ahead and stay backstage. I'll go ahead and bring you up.
Thank you.
Back up. And Evan, I'm going to go ahead and put you backstage. I'll have a one-on-one discussion or debate with David since he has different views. And we'll go ahead and get to it. 1 second. All right, Evan. All right, so you can go ahead and ask your question.
I said, what's the purpose of acting?
I don't know. I'm not an actor. I would say that the purpose of acting is to create a movie. Be more specific. Yeah, be more specific.
And we have Christian movies and secular movies, correct?
Christian movies and secular movies. That's what you said? Yeah. I'm aware.
Okay. The purpose of Christian movies, they tend to pass a message, positive message, because some movies tends to give like negative message and positive message. Some tends to promote good and some tends to promote bad, correct?
You said that the Christian movies promote, say that again? You said it promotes good?
I said the purpose of different movies, let's say for example, a Christian movie, they tend to promote like Christian morals. As a Christian, like positive messages. Okay. Then let's say some secular movies, they tend to promote whatever they want to promote. Okay, that's not the case. But what I'm trying to say is that the excess of acting as an actor, that doesn't mean that's your main life. That's what you're doing, like life in your real life. That's not what you're doing. So I would say if a Christian movie they're trying to like speak heal, like promote a positive message that, oh, it's not nice as an individual to be gay. And they're trying to promote a movie whereby it's going to speak positive that, oh, this act of this doing this isn't nice. The actor they're actually going to use in that role, can the actor play that role or not?
Okay, so I got your question. Your question is, if a Christian is going to make a movie and one of the actors is going to be gay, can the
not
actor...
to promote the act,
Okay. Okay, to make this movie, you're asking me, can the actor play in that movie?
Yes.
If the actor wants to play in that movie, but ask me the question, would I play in that movie? Would I play that role of the gay person?
Yes,
No, I wouldn't.
You're a Christian, right?
No, and I think any real Christian man is gonna be like, yeah, nah, I ain't finna play that role.
No, it's a simple question. You're a Christian, right?
No,
You're a Christian.
no, but no. The answer would be no for me. The answer would be no. I'm answering your question directly.
You're not a Christian.
No, I answered yes to your most recent question is yes. Am I a Christian?
Okay,
yes. But I'm answering no
question. Okay.
Is what you just asked me.
We actually get the one step.
So as a Christian man,
you're Christian.
Okay, go ahead.
You're Christian, yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's the purpose of a Christian?
Okay, I'll tell you the purpose of a Christian. You want to go to Deuteronomy 22:5. The woman.
No, I've actually gone there.
Stop it. No. Stop it.
Okay,
the woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man. So this is essentially saying that a woman should not dress like a man. Okay. Neither shall a man put on women's garment. So this is saying that the man should not dress like a woman, right?
Okay.
For all that do so are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. Do you think that is true, or do you think that is not true?
That is very true.
Okay. So stop it. So now let's just use your hypothetical question. If there's an actor in a movie and they're making a Christian movie and they're putting on, they want to show that, putting on a woman's garment is bad. Actually, they want to make a movie about this verse because it's a Christian movie. So let's just say they want to make a movie, and part of the movie in this scene is going to be Deuteronomy 22 verse 5, right?
Okay.
Do you think in order for them to get the message across that it's an abomination to a man to dress like a woman and for a woman to dress like a man, do you think that the only way to get the message across is for the man to put on woman's clothes and for the woman to put on men's clothes and act? Do you think that's the only way to get the message across?
The thing is that you're trying to
stop
twist,
it. I answered your question.
Everything.
Stop
no, you didn't answer my question.
David,
you didn't answer my question.
I answered your question.
You didn't, you didn't answer my question.
David,
you didn't answer
listen,
my
David.
question.
David,
caught me.
David, stop it. I have to mute you because you are a liar. I answered your question. You asked me the question and I said no. Answer my question. Answer it now. I'm going to repeat it back. Stop being a whip and answer it. Don't try to run because you're caught. My question again, is this the only way to get the message across is for a man this actor man to put clothes on, to put woman clothes on and for the woman to dress in man clothes? Is that the only way to get the message across in this movie? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, well, let me ask you another question because I guess you can't
think,
David.
You're not allowed me to
That's
talk.
Not the only way to get the message across, David.
You don't have to start.
David,
you don't have to
dumb.
start insulting. You don't have to start insulting.
Well, guess what, David? Because it's very dumb.
I'm asking you a question.
Stop it.
Answer the question.
David, stop it. It's my turn to speak. You just answered. So let me give my rebuttal to what you said, and I will let you speak.
Okay.
Let me give my rebuttal to what you said.
Okay.
You just said that there's no other way to get the message across that it's an abomination for a man to dress like a woman and a woman to dress like a man. So the only way to get that message across is to have the actors actually the man put on woman's clothes and a woman's put on men's clothes. You said that that's the only way to get the message across. Now let me refute that because you can't think. The other way to get the message across is just to show men's clothes and shows women clothes and show the man choosing men's clothes and show the woman choosing women clothes. And the narrator to say that if you do the opposite of this, it is wrong. I'll give you another way to make this movie, okay? Another way to make this movie to get the message across is this, David, is to essentially have the man wearing the man's clothes and the woman wearing the woman's clothes. And then have the narrator say, this is what is right. And if the man puts on woman's clothes, this would be wrong. I'll give you another way to point this out. Have a man with men's clothes and a woman with woman's clothes walk up and talk to one another. And then the woman say, well, can I put on your clothes? And then the man say, can I put on your clothes? And then to have a pastor come and correct them to say, no, neither of you should change clothes. The man should wear the man's clothes and the woman should wear the woman's clothes. So there's so many ways to get the message across, to not have the people cross-dressing, to not have the actors cross-dressing. Many ways to get the message across. But with your little brain, you can't think. Are you a doctor or a nurse? Why do you have on scrubs and you can't freaking think? I don't think you should be taking care of people because you can't even take care of your own mental stability in your head because you think that it's the only way to get the message across is for a man to cross-dress as a woman and a woman to cross-dress as a man. You're freaking dumb, David. It's dumb.
So can I talk now?
Yes, you can. Say something smart. Please, David. We got the same name.
No, Jesus Christ.
Name. Go ahead.
Jesus
the floor
Christ.
is yours.
Call it, hold on a bit, yeah? What you just described is not actually a movie. That you get the man to put on a man's clothes, you get the woman to put on the woman's clothes, then the narrator would say, this is how it's supposed to be. When you tend to act a movie, a Christian movie, hold on a bit. When you tend to act a Christian movie, yeah? They'll definitely see the person doing the wrong thing, and they're going to show the repercussion because this movie is not sold to children. Because what you just described now is just like a kid's movie. You're actually selling a message to a general public. You're actually sending a message to grown-ass men and women. So sometimes you're supposed to show them the in-depth and the causes, like what is going to cause, like when you do this particular thing. So let me say, for example, now, yeah, because you didn't answer my initial question. I asked if you're Christian.
I answered all your questions, David.
I said, what
you did not refute
what
I just said, David.
Jesus Christ.
David, you didn't refute anything I just said.
Can I talk?
You did not give, you said that I said was not a movie. How is it not a movie, David?
I allowed you to talk for like
David.
Minutes.
Ask a question then.
Without,
I want you to try to.
Christ.
You didn't push forth an argument. You don't have an argument. This is why I'm speaking over you right now. You push forth an argument and then I refuted your argument.
Allow me to talk.
David, if you are going to speak, then have an argument. I don't want to just hear just nonsense. Just put forth an argument.
The argument I'm saying now is that if you're acting a Christian movie, what you just described is not a movie. Because if you're acting a Christian movie, they're going to be like a starting of the movie, and they're going to show, okay, this is what the person is doing, and the parents of this person will be like, oh, don't do this, don't do that. You'll be telling the person everything according to way movies are actually acted. And definitely in the mid-movie,
how isn't it not a movie? David, how isn't it not a movie, David?
Hold on. You're just jumping to the conclusion of every movie. Every movie I've actually seen, you're actually jumping to the conclusion that, oh, you are not supposed to do this and do that. That's just conclusion. But from the initial beginning of every movie, no, you're not doing an advert. From the initial beginning.
I got to get you out of here. He's not even making an argument. So, David, pay attention. Let me speak to you, David, because you were just speaking and you're horrible, right? So you shouldn't even share my same name. I feel disgusted that me and you share the same name. I think you should change your name. Change it to like Maurice. Like, you look like more like a Maurice than a David anyway. You don't deserve the name David. You don't deserve that name. This guy says that what you just said was not a movie. What? That was your rebuttal? The freak is you talking about, David? There's many different movies out there. There's documentaries, that's movies. There's all type of different genres of movies. Just because it didn't fit, there's a narrator speaking. So think about it. How many movies are there narrators speaking? One, I gave you many examples of movies, David. Two of them had narrators, and then two of them didn't have narrators. And through the movie, I proven to you that there's many different ways to show in a movie that a man cross-dressing and a woman cross-dressing in men's clothes is an abomination to God without the actors actually putting on those clothes, without the actors actually cross-dressing. There's many ways to get that message across. Then your rebuttal was, well, that's not a movie. David, you're dumb. You are just dumb. Change your name to Maurice or freaking dumb. I don't know, man. It was just stupid. Let's get someone else up, man. Homie you got flamed, I think, worse than Ben. Ben got flamed bad, but darn David, you right up next there. Let's get more people in. Also, get the likes up in the chat. I'm going to bring Ben back up shortly. But first, before I bring Ben up, let me get some other people in here to see if they want to debate with me personally or if they want to speak with Ben. Ben is still backstage, so we keeping him back here. We'll bring him up. All right, 1 second here. But y'all got to do this. Don't be ninja watchers. I'm giving y'all good content here, man. So get the likes up. All right. So let's see who we got. Let's get this guy up. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What are you here to debate about?
Good evening. I was trying to talk to Ben.
Okay, so you're here for Ben. All right, I got you. Give me 1 second. I'll put you backstage. I'm going to bring up other people real quick, and then after I get them, I'm going to bring you and Ben up. So 1 second.
Okay.
Try to get through this fast. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What are you here to debate about?
I'm here for the smoke with Ben as well.
Oh, dang. Everybody want Ben. Okay, all right. We finna get Ben. They trying to chew you up. Hold up. I'll bring you back up. Hold up. Let's see who else in here.
Oh, no.
All right. Welcome to No Fugazee Podcast. What you here to debate about?
I was hoping to elaborate on the subject, on the original subject, Cooley, that you were on, as far as the asking Ben, I believe that was his name, but I'm really not here to debate with him. I just really wanted to kind of break it down because you're very articulate, and I think some of the men are not getting the concept that you were giving Ben as far as the threshold that a man would, has its levels. That's what I consider being the difference, a huge difference in being alpha and beta. Because I'm used to growing up around men that do not break. I'm a single father myself. My sons are 17 and 18 right now. Have I cried raising them solely myself? Yes. Have I let them see me cry? No. Once that woman sees that you, even if she don't think you soft, if she see you would paint your nails or put on a freaking dress, from that point on, every woman in your life is going to think less of you, whether they tell you or not.
Yeah.
That's the point.
And that's when I was having a discussion with Ben. He doesn't understand those concepts. This is why I asked him about his marriage. And I was essentially what I was getting to was, well, your wife divorced you. Well, you're going through a divorce, but she's initiating that divorce. And I asked him a question. Were you the leader in a relationship? Well, he said, yeah, well, at least she wanted me to lead, but, she didn't like the way I led. And then I asked him, well, did you ever put on makeup or did you ever did you ever cross dress or anything? He said, well, I might let my daughter put on makeup and stuff. I'm like, the thing is there's some clear do's and don'ts and principles and guidelines that real men have, and we don't break those for no one. We're not going to break it for clout. We're not going to break it for any type of material things at all. But
can I go just a little further?
Good convo. Listen, man, we deep in here. I want to get some more people up, but I do appreciate the support, man. All right. Okay. We got. Oh,
Yo,
my man. SMG Drizzle. What's going on, man?
what's good, brother? What's good, man? I was looking forward to some more of that good polygyny, bro.
Okay. He said.
Y'all ain't on it tonight, huh?
Oh, you was tuning into the Andrew Wilson and Catherine Cesariak debate. Who do you think won that debate?
I gotta give it to my man Andrew. You know, I agree more with Cap on that topic, but Andrew, towards the end of the debate, he killed him, bro. He cooked him.
Yeah, and that's how debates go. Like sometimes you can agree with someone, but if the other person can, articulate themselves better or just have better arguments, push forth better arguments, and the other person can't refute them, then even though you agree with that person, they can still lose the debate. So it'd be like that. But listen, man, Dre, I'm gonna go ahead and put you backstage. I want to bring up some people real quick. So let's get up Ben. Welcome back, Ben. You are back on the show.
Thank you.
And we got some people that want to speak with you and debate you. So I'll go ahead and let you tussle with them. And okay. So go ahead. Let's have I guess his name is it Amy?
Aimé, like love in French. Aimé.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 24 years old. From Cameroon.
And okay. And JB, how old are you?
31.
31. Okay, so let's go. Ami, go ahead and ask your question to Ben.
Okay. My first question to Ben is, Ben, will you agree for transgender teachers?
I'm sorry, would I what?
Do you support transgender teachers that support the movement in schools? Yes.
I think transgenderism is crazy, but I do think it is like a mental illness. So I think we should be kind to those people, but I don't think it makes any sense.
Okay.
So
I'm still testing your
you think-
threshold as Cooley was doing.
Yeah.
Please, for just a second. Would you agree if you had a son hypothetically, right? If you had a son hypothetically, would you take your son to gay festivals? Or maybe these LGBTQ festivals. Will you bring your son there?
I did go to a gay pride parade in the city where I was living. And I thought it was too gross. I was surprised, because it was gross. So I was like, nah.
Ben, why didn't you think it was gross prior to going?
Right?
I didn't think it would be just a bunch of guys in their underwear just gyrating around. I thought it would be like,
Okay, so why do you think it's okay to dress in a skirt if you don't think it's okay for men to be out in their drawers? It's the same thing in my eyes. A man wearing a skirt is the same thing as seeing a man in his drawers. It's not a nice thing.
I agree with you. I think that guys walking around in women's clothing is antisocial. And I don't think it's okay to do that in public. I'm just saying Cooley over here offered me $100 to put on a skirt here on here, and I think by his own logic he's a degenerate because he offered me money to do an abomination.
No, that's wrong, Ben. I said once again by real quick, JB. Let me just respond to Ben. Right, so when I didn't ask you. Right. I was simply saying, would this be something that you would do for clout, for materialism? What I essentially was doing was testing your threshold of masculinity. Where would you let your masculinity die? Will it die if, someone offers to smash your wife? Would it die if, you and your wife had sex online? Or would it die if someone just offered you money to put on a skirt online? And it died there. That's where it died at.
Let me ask these guys down here. Do you think my masculinity died when I put this on and then took it off? When he said I'd give I think my masculinity actually rose. Because what kind of a person would make a big deal?
And then you also got to look at it like this: you selling your soul for wearing a women's clothing for $100. Even if somebody offered me $1 million, I'm not putting on no.
I would do it for free. It doesn't it doesn't matter. Like if you in a certain context, it's ridiculous.
That's wild. No, your
I
thoughts process.
agree that I don't think a man should walk around in women's clothing and like to strangers. But he asked me, would I do it?
Okay.
And I think to say like it's a big deal is like weird.
Okay, Ben. You said
okay, real quick, fellas. So it's debate night. What I want you guys to do here is, and I know y'all probably could be a little bit new to the stream for debate night, but since it's debate night,
are you guys Africans? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ben, chill out.
Sorry.
Yeah, since it's debate night, real quick, chill out. I got you. Since it's debate night, when you come up, and this is for anyone that wants to come up too. If you are sticking to this conversation, you have to create an argument, right? You can ask questions and then you can lead them. You can like have a line of argument. I'll let you go ahead and ask your line of argumentation, but you didn't make any conclusion to it. You get what I'm saying? So when you're coming up, either have an argument that you're going to push for by saying that why you think that Ben is XYZ for putting on a dress or XYZ for having that view, and then substantiate with your argument. Like push forth an argument. Right now, both of y'all just ask questions. So who has an actual argument for Ben so Ben can actually try to defend himself?
Ben, I have something for you.
Yeah.
The fact that you believe storming into children's bathroom and bringing out your weenie to pee in front of them, don't you think it's traumatizing them a bit in a way? Imagine if you were five of you. Imagine if you were five of you and there was only one child in that bathroom. You bring out your weenie to pee, and the child have never seen it before. He's maybe 5 years old. Hypothetically speaking, he's 5 years old. He has never seen a grown man pee before. And you come in there, five of you, you're laughing, you're screaming, and you're bringing out your weenie and peeing in front of that child. Don't you think it will traumatize the child for life? Because I believe in is that I have never seen my father.
Real quick, you asked the question. Let Ben answer.
Well, I was going to use an example with the other guy. Sometimes you're traveling in America, and you end up like, there are these stops on the road. You've been on the highway. Everyone's on the highway. Sometimes, so there's urinals, the same kind of idea. Sometimes there'll be a kid at a urinal, and I wouldn't like make it a point to go next to that kid, but if there was no other place available, it'd be fine. And I think
so
if you
now
get traumatized by that, I just don't think.
Okay, so now the argument. Let me help you two guys out since you're back on the urinal topic. The argument would be to Ben, which I'll pose a question to Ben. Why wouldn't that be your first option, right? So remember, you just said that. Well, if there were open urinals and I really didn't have to go that bad, I wouldn't pee right next to the kid.
Yeah.
But if I really had to go very, very bad, then I would pee next to the kid. Yeah. So my question for you is, well, there's something there that you think that is inappropriate for you to urinate and whip out your Johnson right next to a kid. There is something there. And what is that?
Yeah, so when I used to belong to the YMCA, they had a men's changing room and then a boys' changing room, but everyone showered together. And I do think there is something about like, keeping prepubescent kids like in a different space than men. I think there's something about that. I don't think it's a big deal, but I do think it's, I understand. And probably if these guys are African, they're probably a little more careful with that than we are, in America. And I get that.
The thing is, it's not even about the location. It's about the morality of it. Because in ancient times, even books, the Bible, if you believe in the Bible, they say it. You have to be decent. You don't have to propaganda how can I put this in proper vocabulary? Because
your private parts. You can say that. Yes, you don't have to propagandize your private parts, yeah.
You cannot mix. That's why there's immorality in the Bible. There's a way, there's a society built in place to tell you you are not supposed to do this. That's why men don't shower with kids. Women don't shower with kids. That's how it's supposed to be. But now America has spoiled everything. Like they have broken down from all these mentalities. I feel. It has brought down your society. Look at your society today. It's not, even though I can't compare that to us, because us is quite bad. But your mental society is bad, bro. Just because of the high standard of living, you don't have to rely on maybe basic needs like food, water, and light or stuff like that. Your standards of living are high. That's why people have other mental problems you have to take care of very fast, because
Okay,
America is going.
real quick, let me ask Ben a question. So Ben, essentially what you just said was, so you were able to distinguish a threshold, meaning that there was a threshold, and you're actually, you can do a good job at this when you want to, but then there's other things you choose not to do a good job at. So let me just point out my argument. Sure. So my argument is this. You essentially said, well, I know that there should be differences in, like, boys and men's locker room. The boys should have a section over here. The men should have their section over there. If there's a urinal, there's something in you that would, if you really don't have to go bad, you wouldn't choose to pee right next to a young child, right? You wouldn't choose to do that. So therefore, you know that there's a threshold of things that's decent and indecent. Like, it isn't really necessarily good to do that, right? But then you literally put on a dress on live stream.
Skirt.
And a skirt on live stream. And your reasoning for it was clout, which is material stuff. Like, what is clout? The ability to monetize whatever I have going on to make some financial gain. So it's for money. So therefore, my conclusion to this is, where's your self-dignity? You have none, because you'll just fold at a whim to some coins. Your masculinity will fold for clout. You're like one of these chicks that has an OnlyFans. Oh, I can get money for showing my boobs and titties? Wow, let's take it off, girl. You're like an OnlyFans chick, Ben.
Well, okay. But you did give me other scenarios, and I said, no way, not in a million years, not for all the tea in China. So I think it's okay. Do you think it's unmasculine to be a guy who wants to make money and provide for his family? It couldn't possibly mean that.
I would say that there's ways to make money.
Yeah.
There's ways to make money that I would say that is I would consider not only just masculine, but it's morally right. You know what I mean? Do you think that it's, so we're speaking about, the conversation is, it's masculine. The thing is, I think that masculinity is tied to virtues. You know what I mean? So since I believe that masculinity is tied to virtues, I'll go ahead and explain, meaning like, okay, so courage, that's a virtue. If all women lose their courage, I mean, the world isn't going to go up into any flames. We may see like a little bit differences, but women losing courage is not going to be the end of the world. If all men in America lose courage, then our military is doomed and China can take over, and that will be like the end. You get what I'm saying? So I think that masculinity is tied to virtues, and the way that we know something is masculine is because if it's detrimental to society, if the man doesn't do it, well, it's masculine if he does do it. Like promiscuity. Promiscuity, we know that it's bad for everyone to do it, but there's a difference. Like if a man is promiscuous, it's like, that's not good. It shouldn't be praised. It's not anything good, but it isn't going to be the end to the culture and end to society. But if women are promiscuous, well, without technology, we wouldn't know who the father is. You get what I'm saying? So it would be very detrimental to society if the woman is promiscuous. So what I'm saying here is the fact that you would fold for materialism and put on a skirt on live stream, and you saying, well, I could still be masculine and do that. Well, no, that's that threshold. I would say that's not masculine. That's feminine.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the line. I think you're saying like, I know what I did was less masculine. I don't think so at all.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that what you did was for clout.
Yeah.
Okay, so women do things for money, and it's not good money. So so a woman that has an OnlyFans, do you think that that's good for society?
Well, I mean, you're not going to like my answer, but I've encouraged my daughter to do OnlyFans because OnlyFans is not necessarily pornographic. You can play piano on OnlyFans. So In fact, they were going to ban pornography from OnlyFans. But if you said Pornhub, I agree. Yeah, no way.
Let's keep it real. If your daughter wanted to do OnlyFans and get gang banged by these two Africans down here.
I'm not African.
He's not African. He's not African.
I'm not African.
What are you, JB? My bad.
I'm just
Where you
black.
from?
That's it.
Oh, you a foundational black American. Hey, we all from Africa, though.
I'm from Texas.
He from Texas. Okay. If your daughter wanted to get gang banged by these two black YNs on OnlyFans, you'll be okay with it?
Oh, of course not. No.
Okay, so then what's your limit to your daughter doing OnlyFans? Can
Not
she
because they're black. Not because they're black.
Okay, can your daughter show nudes on OnlyFans? Are you okay with that?
You can't. I mean, she's an adult, so like the can.
No, well, not the can.
I know what you're saying. I wouldn't approve of that. No.
You wouldn't approve of that?
No.
Okay, so the only things that you would approve of your daughter on OnlyFans would be like playing the violin or the piano?
My daughter, you could look her up, Grace Thorpe. She wears bathing suits. She wears normal clothing that young women wear. I think she's can absolutely use that to promote her career.
Okay, but you don't want her to do anything. You don't want to. You wouldn't want her to sexualize herself.
I don't know what that means. People ask me that, and you know who sexualized my daughter is God when she hit puberty. That's how girls become young women. So she's sexual. And if these two young men met my daughter and wanted to have sex with her, I say that's great because she's a lovely young lady. Of course, they should do that in a Christian way. They should be gentlemen, as I'm sure they would be.
Wow.
And if they find her sexually attractive, thumbs up for her and for me.
But Ben, let me ask you: Will you prefer her to be?
You want to meet her?
You
want to meet her?
No, Ben. Will you prefer her to be a doctor or
she
to
loves
do
black guys.
OnlyFans?
What's that?
Will you prefer her to do only doctor, to be a doctor, or do OnlyFans?
Well, if you mean pornography, then a doctor. Yeah.
No.
If you mean actually OnlyFans, yeah, she should do OnlyFans. I've told her.
No.
I got a question for you, Ben.
Yeah.
This is something I have pulled from Cooley before. This will kind of tie into it. Would you rather your son be with the female who's had 100 bodies, or would you rather your son be with the female who's had one body?
One.
Okay, so you see how you have a little bit of morality right there. Why isn't your morality kicking in when you see a man dressed up? Like if you see, like I'll put it to you, I don't know if you know this guy. His name is Young Jock. He's a rapper. He got paid like some odd $1,000 to wear a dress, and everybody was saying that he was wrong for that. He sold his soul.
Yeah.
But you guys having that same process, you don't find that kind of weird at all to be throwing on a dress, like getting paid to throw on a dress. You don't find that no kind of weird at all.
Yeah, I don't. It depends on the context. Was it like a fashion shoot or something?
No, it wasn't a fashion shoot. He really worked at. He did what's the thing called Love and Hip Hop, and he went famous for wearing a dress, walking down the street in the dress, and they wanted to pay him to do that.
Yeah, I think the walking down the street part is a little bit odd, in the sense that like you're being antisocial. Like, my kids have seen people in dresses, and I'm always like, yeah, they shouldn't do that. But if it's like a fashion thing or an acting thing or in some kind of, Dennis Rodman dressed in dresses, I think he was kidding around. No one.
So Ben, you better be on a video that the whole world can see. You better be on a video that the whole world can see than wear a dress and run in your neighborhood. Don't you think the traffic is more? A lot of people can see you, and it will
I think
of clocking a job.
I think to some degree, like we have a little bit of a culture clash here, because I understand that African culture is different than American culture, and I also think Black American culture is different than white American culture.
What are you speaking about, Ben?
I respect that, but I do think it's
no.
Ben, that's a weak argument. Real quick, I got you. I got you, Ben. That's a weak argument because, okay. So if you're making a culture argument, you ever heard of Papua New Guinea?
Yeah.
Okay. You know that there's a tribe out there where it's like a rite of passage for the men to you know come in the child's mouth. Basically, the warriors out there. It's a rite of passage for the kids to be warriors if they pretty much give blowjobs to the other warriors. So we know that that's a
Never heard of
culture.
that.
So you never heard of that,
I
right? But-
doubt that's true, but
Nah, it is true. It's called Papua New Guinea. It is true, right? So essentially what you're saying when you're using this culture argument where you're saying like, well, you have a different culture than mine and things that's in my culture is accepted, but it's not accepted in yours. So I'm bringing this up because in Papua New Guinea, it's their culture as the young kids to give fellatio to the soldiers out there, to the male soldiers as a rite of passage so then they can be a warrior. So that's their culture. Is it something wrong with their culture?
Yeah, definitely. If
Okay, no, listen. So
I'm not saying all cultures are equal. I'm just saying I respect African culture. I ran an African restaurant. I respect it. It's a little bit different, but I don't think that means one's right.
You know, well, Ben,
I respect black culture.
Ben, my argument.
One's wrong.
Well, no, Ben, that's what you're trying to do. Ben, you're trying to say that, well, my American culture is different, and the things that we accept here that's what we accept. But you may not accept it because that's culture. Well, that would be the same thing to the Papua New Guinea thing. Well, that's their culture. I gotta accept it. You get what I'm saying?
That's not true. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like say in a Muslim country, if my daughter came with me to Muslim country, she would of course dress appropriately for Saudi Arabia. I don't got no problem with that. She wouldn't be wearing a bikini or wearing okay. I respect Muslim culture, but like we're not Muslim, so she wouldn't dress like that here.
What about Papua New Guinea and you bring your son there?
Yeah, right. What about like slavery? I'm against it. I'm not saying that means every culture.
That's history. That's what are you speaking about now? Now you just moved the goalpost.
Right.
We're speaking about today. You speak about culture currently right now. Ben, all I'm saying is it's very simple. You made a culture. You tried to excuse this young brother up here because he has African culture, and in his African culture, it's based in he has this moral standard. Right? And you're trying to say, well, your moral standard and your culture is different than my moral standard. So therefore, I'm not going to accept your moral standard, but you have to accept my moral standard. And if that's how you think, well, let's see if it's consistent when it comes to Papua New Guinea.
No, I'm saying that whatever
consistent.
a white guy does in his country, he might not understand. Like when that guy David came up and I yelled at him, I was totally wrong to yell at him. Because it was he just was saying I'm talking to Cooley, and it was a language barrier. And I wish I could have apologized to him, but like sometimes there's language barriers. There's things that are neither right nor wrong, but like cultures do differently.
Well, I mean, you're not really engaging with my argument, but fair enough.
I don't agree that every culture.
Tiger, real quick, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah. I just want to say, first of all, W's to these two young men, not Ben Thorpe, but the other two young men here. W's to you and based African culture, right? That's good stuff, right? It has nothing to do with African or white or whatever, and everything to do with actual masculinity. Let me get this straight, Ben. You say that you are more masculine because you're cool with urinating against next to young boys. You're cool with your daughter being on OnlyFans, etc. That makes you the actual masculine man. How do you justify these claims?
I already did that. I'm going to ask.
No, you didn't. You just made these assertions, right?
Now in Africa,
just said, it makes me more masculine because I'm totally cool with my daughter being only on
look at your screen and look at my screen.
Urinating against young.
You're insecure. I don't know what to tell you, but I have a question about
real quick.
I've seen in African culture where
but Ben, real quick, Ben, before you evade, before you try to escape,
go ahead.
Real quick, and I'll let you go ahead and ask. I'll let you go ahead and say what you wanted to say. I'm not trying to hold you back from not getting there.
Yep.
But can you at least engage with what Tyga is saying? Because you actually never justified how one is masculine and one isn't. Even when me and you were having a discussion, you never gave a justification. You just said, well, it is.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
So
I think it's masculine.
So are you saying that Catholicism justifies?
Well, I'm being
real quick, Tyga. Let him justify.
You already asked your question. I think it's it's definitely good to have principles, but also men tend to be more sort of practical. So in certain situations, like whatever, I think it's more masculine to just like make sure you go to the bathroom so you do your job than it is to like play this game with a bunch of teenage boys about looking gay, because I don't have any obligation to do that. If it was a law of the school, of course. But so I guess what I'm saying is masculinity is complicated. It's actually more complicated than you think. And, you know, even when you say masculine courage, there's feminine courage. It's different. It's not on the battlefield, but like it's very important that I think it's just as important as women, that women are courageous. Speaking of courageous women, here's my daughter, Grace.
Hi, Dad. Hi, Cooley. How you guys doing?
Hey, and just bringing you up, can you state your age? Because we're on TikTok.
22.
Cool. All right. So, I mean, Tiger, you want to go ahead and I don't think he gave any justifications, but Tiger, you want to go ahead and respond to that since it was your question?
Yeah, there's completely nothing there. Complete filibuster. What I'm asking you is, how do you justify these claims that true masculinity is being okay with things like urinating next to young boys, disrespecting their discomfort in wanting space at the urinal, and how do you justify? Hold on, I'm not done. And how do you justify making the claim that it's more masculine for you to whore your own daughter out on OnlyFans because she's getting the bag?
Hang on, that's not what he said. He said
OnlyFans. Come on, Cooley. Can you give me like he says young boys? I'm saying I was teaching in a high school. Okay, like I get that you have to lie because
they're not adults. They're not adults.
I've been on the internet for. I've been on the internet for I've been on the internet for 2.5 years, and there's not a single nude picture of me out there. I'm the pinnacle of.
Well, good for you. That's great. But that's not answering my. That has nothing to do with what I'm asking here. I'm asking for a justification from Ben. I think
I openly would say I've told my daughter she should do OnlyFans, and actually, what I think would be really great is if she did trad porn. By which I mean cleaning and cooking and all that stuff, and having men yell at her.
Corn. It's YouTube, bro. It's corn. Okay. But what?
Yeah, I'm sure it's corn for you, and I'm sure you're eating lots of corn.
Okay. All right. So let's have some good debates here. Grace, welcome to No Fugazee podcast. Did you have an argument to put forth in regards to this conversation?
I was like, I've been watching the panel. I would pick up on what David said. I don't know why you kept calling him dumb, because it did make sense to me what he was saying. If in your hypothetical, you lay out men's clothes and women's clothes, and then you say boys and girls, men should wear men's clothes and women should wear women's clothes, like some kind of 1950s like educational thing. It's not a movie. A Christian movie can show people sinning and then show like why sin is bad. Like it's acting. So I have no problem with a man acting gay, acting like a woman, putting on women's clothes. If he's acting, it's pretend. You can pretend to kill somebody. You can pretend to be a serial killer. Any of that. You can pretend to be a rapist.
Okay. So you, essentially what I asked him was, is there another way besides the actors putting on women's clothes to get the message across? And he said that there wasn't another way. And I gave many different examples that there were many different ways. So the one you just said was, yes, showing clothes and having the men and women pick out the men's clothes and the woman pick out the woman's clothes. I also gave an example where there's a man and a woman, and they're saying like, hey, I want to put on your clothes. Let's change clothes. Let's switch clothes. And then there's a pastor or a priest that comes and says, well, that isn't a good idea. That would be an abomination of God. So there's many different ways to get the message across without the actors actually having to cross-dress. That's all I'm saying.
Why do you have a problem with actors cross-dressing? They're acting.
So once again, the argument was, is it a different way to get the message across? So you're insinuating that I have a problem with actors putting on different clothes. The point of the video that I was reacting to was men cross-dressing. So it was a man taking a certain amount of money to do a role to dress up as a woman. And my conclusion was, Well, that isn't masculine. Then I also brung
Wait,
up
was
a
the man an
scripture.
actor? Was the man an actor? You said role. The man was an actor in playing a role?
No, this man wasn't an actor. He's just a man.
So just to
act in a
clarify, you don't
movie.
have a problem with
He
men.
would be an actor.
Okay, so I'm just trying to
And
clarify.
whoever's
Do you have a
who's
problem with
typing
men?
because
Oh,
it's
that's
making
me.
mad
Sorry,
noise.
sir.
I'll mute you. My bad.
No, I
It's
got
making mad noise.
Yeah.
Do you have a problem with men acting like women, cross-dressing, gay, whatever? Or do you have a problem, like, I'm not sure what your problem with that is. Seems like that's an example of what I'm saying. Somebody acting like something for a role.
Once again. So if I could go ahead and bring up the clip and play it, but essentially I can just explain it to you. I'm not sure if you were watching. So
I was watching, yeah.
Okay, well, if you were watching, then you should understand that it wasn't any actors, right? The man, I forget his name, but the black guy is not an actor. And he was asked, like, as a hypothetical question, like, would you do this for money? And the man that's not an actor, he never acted in any movies, he said that, well, yes, I would put on women's clothes if I was offered the bag, if I was offered a certain amount of money. I guess it was like $500,000, 500,000. He said that he would. So then my rebuttal to that was, well, if a man would, don't stand on his principles as a man, well, that's not masculine. So that was my conclusion of that. So let me ask you the question, Grace. Do you think that it's masculine as a man to dress as a woman for money or just for not money? Do you think that that's a masculine thing to do?
Money and not for money makes a huge difference. If you're just doing
well,
it
your
because
father just put on a skirt. Your father just put on a skirt for no money. Do you think that that's masculine?
Well, he was
of your
promised
father?
money. He was promised.
No,
$100.
he said that he doesn't need the money. He said he's going to go ahead and do it. I can go ahead and rewind the clip back.
That's fine.
No,
yeah,
not to make a point. He did it for clout was his reason.
Okay.
So the
That's also fine.
potential.
I think it's worse if you do it for money. That's worse.
Do you think it makes my dad gay if he puts on my skirt?
We didn't say gay.
Maybe not
but it's
gay,
very
but
close to gay.
Fucking weird.
Not masculine.
Definitely not masculine.
You guys know
weird.
there's a very popular lip sync battle. I have it shared below. I won't play it because it has copyright music. But there's a very popular lip sync battle where Channing Tatum dresses up as Beyonce.
For fathers to put their daughters' skirts on live for everybody to see? Do you think that's normal? Do you think that's masculine?
If the question is put this skirt on to prove that you think you can put a skirt on and not like be masculine, that's totally fine. Who cares? If you could share my screen, if you could share my screen just for a second, I'm not going to play it because it has copyright, but there's a very popular lip sync video of Channing Tatum dressing up as Beyonce.
You can explain it to make your
Sure.
to make your argument.
Channing Tatum is a very, very famous Hollywood actor. He's like a meathead, right? Like he's a typical jock guy. Like he's the straightest, dumbest meathead guy alive. But he's very famous, makes a lot of money acting. He dressed up as Beyonce with like a bra and a wig and everything for a celebrity lip sync contest. So the girl before him dressed up as a rapper, a male rapper, and he dressed up as Beyonce. And it's like a contest. Not only do I not think it's unmasculine to do that, I think it's very masculine to play around with these things and have fun with it and not have your masculinity challenged in any way by putting on lipstick or a bra or a wig. And to perform, he does the whole dance, who run the world, girls. He does the whole dance.
I think I get
and his
your
masculinity
argument.
is not threatened in any way, and that's super masculine. Like,
Okay,
it
I
makes
think
it
I
much
get your
more
argument.
likable.
So you're saying that his masculinity is not threatened. But I would say that if other men is shaming him because he's doing something that is abnormal to the masculine male experience, well, essentially his masculinity would be threatened because he wouldn't be accepted in certain masculine social groups of men. So his masculinity would be threatened.
But
okay,
he's
Ben, I
doing
got you.
it
My
to
bad.
be
You done
abnormal.
typing?
The whole point is to
you're
dress
unnecessary.
up. The whole point is to
Wait,
dress
hold
up
on. So
as
wait.
the opposite sex for fun.
Grace, shut up. Now, Cooley, if men made fun of you for offering, well, let's just say vaguely offering me $100 to put or clout to put a skirt on, it wasn't.
It wasn't an offer. It wasn't an offer. It was. I was making an example. I was actually posing a question to make an example of, to get your threshold. So this is the thing. I was pushing forth an argument. And one of my arguments was, well, I think that like most men, like when it comes to like principles and stuff like that, it's a threshold. You get what I'm saying? Like there's some things, like when we're speaking about things that you don't do, right? There's things that you don't do, but then there's things that you would do. And this threshold, it just so happens to be that you wouldn't be for having sex with your wife online and having the world to see. You wouldn't even be for. You wouldn't even be for. Let me get there, Tiger. You wouldn't even be. You wouldn't even be for if you're if having your wife getting gangbanged online. You said you wouldn't be for having your wife having sex with another man. It's not any amount of money, you would just not accept it. But for some reason, you are for dressing up as a woman, putting on a skirt, a woman's skirt. So that's your threshold. And that's what I wanted to expose to the world to see.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is not masculine. Because guess
you
what?
Said
when it comes to masculinity, real quick, when it comes to masculinity as a man, there is no threshold. If you ask me the questions, it will be no. Would you go to you actually asked me the question, would you go to a gay bar? No. Would you be around a lot of homosexual peoples? No. Would you do it? No. You see the difference between us?
Yeah, you're homophobic.
No, I'm not scared of gay people. What are you talking about?
You're scared of yourself.
No, wrong.
Wait a second.
That is not myself. Ben, Ben, real quick. I love myself. I love myself so much that I only want to be around men that embodies the things that is of myself, like masculinity.
You only want to be around men?
No, I said be around them. Be around men that.
I'm just kidding.
Good straw man, Grace. You think that makes you a good debater?
Oh my God! I'm just
kidding. I'm just
kidding.
Go ahead. If a bunch of guys say you're gay, that's a big deal. Like, who cares what? Isn't it masculine to say IDGAF what a bunch of guys say about me? Are you kidding me? You're saying the number of guys who say that's gay.
No, I didn't say the number of guys.
Do and don't do.
No, that's a straw man of my position. That's a straw man.
You agree with me? That's ridiculous.
Like, well, that's a straw man of. That's a straw man of my position. Essentially, that
straw man.
Essentially, it has nothing to do with what other people think about you.
Right.
It has everything to do with how you think and how you view yourself.
But that's not what you said. You said
no. That is exactly what I said.
Well, no.
So Grace's question was different. Grace asked the question, and I was telling her, well, this man would experience his masculinity would be threatened because if he does X, Y, Z, obviously men that are masculine wouldn't allow them around their social circles. So that would be threatened.
Can I ask
you saying that about a Channing Tatum? Because that didn't happen. Everybody thought he was funny and a great guy for doing this.
I'm sure some guys
only women and simps. Yeah.
Only women and simps?
Yeah,
this has
women
53 million views. You're saying the only people who watched that were women and simps?
No. I didn't say that. Watched it.
Uncle Tiger, is anybody ever?
I think
you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to go there.
Let's go one mic at a time. Go ahead.
I think your threshold, like, I think we're not really that far apart, but I've had this
we far apart.
With Black Americans. Okay, bro, whatever. But like, I think Black Americans tend to be more like kind of careful because in Black America, it's like, I got to be like real no homo, which I think is something that I think you could learn something from white folks about, like, chill out.
Nah. And why are you putting all of this on black folks and all of that on white folks? You're making it like a race thing. I think that's disingenuous. I think that's wrong. I don't even think that's accurate.
Oh, wouldn't you say that generally white people are more okay with gay stuff than black people?
Did you just see the whole Diddy situation? I don't know about that.
I don't know what that's referencing, but white people are generally less like wound up.
Did you see me agreeing with the two black guys that were on before me? Does that have any? There's no merit to what you're saying. It doesn't. Race has nothing to do with it.
Black people are not generally more conservative about sexual stuff than white people. That's my.
Well, we're speaking about American culture. What we can say is the two African gentlemen the one African gentleman that we had up here, his culture is that would be different. We would say that that black culture, that African culture over there, no, they're not for any of the gay stuff at all. But
You know, but in many ways, I wish I
Okay,
could have asked
not
him.
an insult.
In many ways, like the things that we would see, like I was going to ask him. I've seen a lot of young boys in Africa or like teenage boys in Africa will walk home arm in arm, and that's just part of their culture. They're not like they're not worried about it because it's just there is really no public homosexuality. So in many ways, it's just interesting and different. Even though, like in some ways, certain things we do, he would see as offensive, like the whole like showering in the same shower with boys and men. They probably wouldn't do that as much, and I do get that. But I think it's interesting when I said if these two young men came up here and they were sexually attracted to my daughter, you're like, oh my God. And I said that would be great. I think that's great because you asked me who sexualized her or how is she sexualized? She's a 22-year-old woman. She has a sexual nature. She's single. Do you think it's wrong to say? I mean, you might say I don't want to say it, but do you think it's wrong to say like I would like for young men to be sexually attracted to my adult daughter? Get her off my hands.
I could actually I could answer this, but for me to answer this, I think it'd be good if I ask a question to answer it. How about that? You mind that?
No, absolutely.
And it will give you an answer. So hypothetically speaking, right? And I want you to give me an answer on what you would, because she's an adult, right?
Yeah.
But what you would think is morally right or immoral. So what is moral or immoral? What's right and wrong? Okay.
Yeah.
And what would be also, if it's right or wrong, think about like what's optimal, like what's best for her or what's worse for her or not as best. So here's a question. So if your daughter Grace, to your right on the screen, if you found out that she slept with 50 men versus that she slept with one man, what would you prefer your daughter's sexual situation to be like, her body count?
Absolutely. The lower the better.
The lower the better. Okay, so you can make a threshold there. You can, okay, so this is better, that is worse, okay? So if we're asking you that to answer that question and we're speaking about your daughter, men viewing your daughter in a sexual way rather than men viewing your daughter in a way of that's respectful, like, well, Grace has honor and your last name means something, and it's honorable for her to dress a certain way and to speak a certain way and to embody certain values where they may be attracted to her, meaning that she can be an attractive woman, but they may not be looking at her in a sexual way like, oh, I want to have sex with her. Which one would be better?
They should look at her in a sexual way if they're interested in having a sexual relationship with her. Absolutely.
Okay, so you want
That's
a
the first
man.
thing that men
Okay, so
get
well, that would be a contradiction, and let me explain. If you prefer your daughter to have a lower body count rather than a higher body count, then it would mean that you would prefer that men to look at your daughter in a respectful way, not in a sexual way. But if you want men to look at her in a sexual way, then and you think that that's what you would want, then obviously the logical entailment would be you would prefer for her to have a higher body count.
That doesn't make any sense.
That does make sense. Explain to me how it doesn't.
If someone, okay, buddy. Why don't you, if you want to explain, you can. If men looking at my daughter in a sexual, like, what?
Oh, you're good, Ben. Go ahead.
He's interrupted me.
Go ahead, Ben. You're good.
Men looking at my daughter as a potential sexual partner is usually how men first take interest in a woman. I don't think there's anything disrespectful about saying like, wow, right? I mean, that's biology, right? To say,
do you think good men do that?
That's a beautiful woman. That's my experience. Maybe Tiger over here does something different, but like
real quick, Tiger, just let him land his plane, and then
that has nothing to do with her body count. You're missing the whole middle point. She should respect herself. She should have tons of guys looking at her. Okay. If she wants to be in the marketplace, right? That way she can take her pick and land that man and have a ring put on it and all the rest and have kids. Why do you say that if she's attractive to tons of men that she's going to have a high body count?
Okay, let me go ahead and explain it to you. Okay. So essentially what you're saying is that, well, and I would agree that men, we have a natural proclivity to look at a woman in a sexual way. Normally we look at the woman, and normally men only sexualize women when women sexualize themselves. We don't see this really happening in the Muslim culture when the woman is wearing the hijab. He would have to be have a perverted mind to try to fully undress the woman that's fully dressed. His mind would have to be very perverted. It's hard to do, right? But the woman that's showing, she got her belly showing, she got her shorts very high, she's showing a lot of skin. Well, it's much easier to undress that woman and to sexualize that woman because essentially she's sexualizing herself. Right? Men can't really sexualize women without them sexualizing themselves, generally speaking, besides the exception to the rule that people are fully perverted, right? So what I'm saying is, if you are a father and you have a daughter, well, guess what? If she's going to be dating, you would want men to look at her in a respectful way, in a respectful manner. Because if the men is looking at her in a sexual way, then guess what? All of her options would be just sexual options. The men would smash and dispose of her. But if she had more options of men looking at her in a respectful way, the men would be wanting to court her properly and take her out on a date and want to get to know her rather than only sex. Only sex. If you want to sexualize your daughter and you prefer men to look at your daughter only in a sexual way because that's what you said, well, guess what? Your daughter options would only be of men that want to smash, and that's it. She would be for the streets. And guess what? She wouldn't have the ability to discern these options because she doesn't have a good father to give her any direction. You get what I'm saying, Ben?
So you're a Muslim.
Max.
Where did you, Ben? That was a dumb rebuttal. Grace, go ahead.
I'm not a
Help your
Muslim.
father.
I'm not a Muslim.
I think
Grace,
this
help your father.
this is a false dichotomy. You're
Okay,
saying that
Grace, go
somebody
ahead.
can't
Explain.
look at somebody
What's a
and have
dichotomy?
sexual
Tell us what a
feelings.
dichotomy is.
I will, you fucking asshole. It's
Don't
making
swear,
two
Grace.
choices.
Don't swear.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because I don't
There's
think you know
two
what it is.
options. A dichotomy is two options, and a false dichotomy is turning something that has multiple options into a false two-option scenario and not taking into account the other options. Okay?
I didn't. I put the exception in
Tiger?
there actually.
No, I'm not mad at you. Okay. What I'm saying is
that's not what's happening
made
here.
a false dichotomy.
But that's wrong because I didn't make a false
Can I make my
dichotomy. I
point?
didn't give two.
I just want to make my point.
But it's wrong already. You started off wrong, Grace.
I'm saying
It can't be a false dichotomy.
There's a third option where somebody can look at somebody sexually and respectfully. I want men to find me sexually attractive, but I don't want them to just see me as a sexual object. But if a man does not want to have sex with me, like, that's an insult to me. He's saying I'm not good looking. Like, you got to understand this for the female mind.
Okay, but remember,
I want
Grace,
men to find me sexually attractive.
Grace, your father's argument was that he would prefer that men look at you sexually. Like, he would prefer that they
I would
only
prefer
look at
that too. No,
Okay,
he
so
didn't say
you-
only though. He didn't say only. He didn't say only. He didn't
Yeah,
say only.
okay,
You're
Incel.
saying
How many kids do you have?
he
Zero.
didn't say only.
Now,
How do you know
wait,
that?
now, if Grace was walking around wearing a sweatsuit all the time, like, who's that girl that used to wear the sweatsuits all the
Billie
time?
Eilish.
Billie Eilish, right? I'm saying, like, you're kind of telling men, like, I'm not sexual. Yeah, you should wear clothing. I understand that you can wear slutty type of clothing, and you can wear clothing like that, shows off your assets without it being immodest or slutty. But I think you're just a Muslim, Cooley. I just think you're a Muslim, and you want
How
women
did you
in
get this?
burqas. And
Yeah, that's
I get
that's
the
not an
logic of
argument,
Islam,
man. That's
but
not an
I'm not
argument.
interested in it.
You're not
Yeah, they're
making an
just pulling
argument.
things out of their ass.
You're just
because they-
throwing
Do you
things out
agree that
there.
you agree that you can look at a woman and have sexual feelings for her, but also be respectful of her? Like that can be this in the same thing. You have the same.
Yes, but that isn't what
Okay.
that wasn't your father's argument.
No, you presented a false dichotomy, and then he said,
No,
"Well,
no.
I
I
do want them
didn't.
to see her sexually." You're saying if men could only look at your daughter with sexual feelings or honorable, and he said, "Well, I'd want them to."
So
look
we
at her
can
sexually
take out
because
the
they wanna
word only.
reproduce.
We can take out the word only. I can't remember if he said only, but I know that he would prefer that men look at you sexually rather than respectfully. So if we say that, well, I prefer that men look at her sexually rather than respectfully, obviously the only is like entailed there. As you get what I'm saying? He didn't have to say it. He didn't have to say it for him to say it.
Yeah, he implied it.
He implied it. That's what I'm saying.
Do you have? I don't have a problem. I don't think anybody here. I think this is like maybe we're just going in circles. Nobody here has a problem with saying that men can have sexual feelings towards women and treat them with respect. And it's
okay, but what's your argument though? Make an argument out of it. I never said that men couldn't.
Okay, so then we all agree. So like, I don't know.
Let me ask you a question, Grace. We don't agree. Let me ask you a question, Grace. So, Grace, if you're out dating, right? You're out dating men.
Sure.
Would you prefer that now let's say that hypothetically, because I'm not sure where you're at in your life, you may not be looking for a long-term relationship, but let's say hypothetically we can get specific. Are you looking for a long-term relationship or no?
Are you calling me a slut?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that at all.
If I was going to date, I would be dating with an eye towards marriage.
Okay, so you're dating with an eye towards marriage. So if you are dating with an eye towards marriage, would you want that the majority of the men that approach you, because do you approach men? No, right? You don't approach men. Do you?
Not really, no.
Not really. Okay, so you advertise yourself and men approach you, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So would you want the majority of the men that approach you, since you want a long-term relationship, would you want a majority of those men to have to look at you in a respectful way, a sexual way, or a respectful and sexual way? So it's three options. The majority
and sexual.
Okay, stop it there. So you would want
people say that?
Well, let's see. You just said that you want a long-term relationship. If you're dating for the purpose of marriage, right? But ideally, you would want men. Okay, but you said the majority of men, you would want them to look at you in a sexual and respectful way, rather than choosing the respectful way where you would have more options of men that would take you seriously. Because if men are going to look at you in a sexual and respectful way, well, this will be a lot of men that, well, guess what? It's sexual and respectful. They can just smash and treat you respectfully, but not give you any long-term commitment.
But that's not respectful.
It's sexual and respectful.
No, it's not respectful to use me for sex without any commitment. That's not respectful.
Well, then it's not sexual then.
No, you're equating sex with like smashing, like one night stand. That's not sexual feelings. Cooley, I want a man to want me, had the fire of his loins. Yeah. He desires me. Every part of him.
That's already happening.
That's what I want.
Okay, that's what you want.
I also don't want him to just treat me like a sexual object, but I want him to want to take me as his woman 100%.
Got it. So do you think that a man, so then my question for you is, do you think that a man that doesn't look at you sexually still can't desire you in that way?
I think he would be gay. I mean, unless he doesn't just not attracted to me.
No. I don't think you heard what I said. So my question is, do you think that a man that looks at you, so once again, it's three men. It's the man that looks at the woman respectfully because she is respecting herself, dressing nicely and presenting herself nicely, and advertising herself in a respectful way. So obviously he's going to respect her. And then there's a man that only looks at you sexually. So he only wants to smash and dispose of you. And then there's a man that, he looks at you both. It's respectful and it's sexual, right? Mm-hmm. Got it. My question for you is just on the respectful man. Do you think that this man that looks at you in a respectable way, can he also love you in an intense way as you explained, like want every part of you in an intense way if he respects you? Can he do that and respect you? Yes or no?
Are you saying the respectful man has no sexual feelings towards me?
No,
That's
no, what
hypothetical?
the heck? No one said that.
Wait, you said respectful?
Yeah, that's not an answer.
Wait, hold on. No, you're not being clear. Respectful,
Okay, go ahead.
sexual, and respectful and sexual. That would imply that the respectful man has no sexual feelings towards me.
No. But we have no. Okay, let me explain this a little bit. Let me give you what I presuppose because maybe I'm not explaining it good enough. Okay, so like I said to your father, Ben. All men have a natural proclivity to want sex from a woman. So even the respectable one wants sex from you. Even the sexual one wants sex from you. And even the one that has sexual intentions and respectful intentions with you, they all want sex. Sure. But what we're speaking about, real quick, the man's biology. From a biological sense, they're all going to want sex. They're all going to have this natural tendency to want sex.
Narrow this down for me really quick.
I'm narrowing
it down. What's the difference between the respectful guy and the respectful and sexual guy? What's the difference?
It's how they view you. So the respectful guy he views you as a long-term mating choice. That's how he views you. He respects you. He wants to take you seriously rather than just sleeping with you. The one that wants sex with you and respects you. So I'll break it down this way because this is how men work. I don't think it does make sense.
Like the respectful and sexual guy.
No. I'll break it down to you in a very Ben, I'm gonna mute you because I can't even hear myself or her because you're doing something in the background. But just raise your hand when you want to speak. This is what I'm saying here, Grace. All men have a natural proclivity, a tendency that's in them to want sex with a woman. So any of these men that you choose, they're going to have sex. They would want to have sex with you, right? But then the difference is how the man views you. So the man has a biological proclivity, but then he has a way of how he views women, right? So even though his biology tells him something, his morality supersedes his biology, meaning that he's not just going to have sex with you and dispose of you. He's going to treat you respectfully only. And he's going to be truthful with his intentions. The man that only wants sex with you, guess what? He only wants sex with you. He's only operating in his biology. He has no morality. He wants to have sex with you and dispose of you. The third man, he wants sex with you and he respects you. What I'm telling you is that third man that
that one.
So listen. Okay. But let me break it down to you, this type of man, because I don't think you understand this type of man. This type of man, he can want sex from you. So there's a saying in the Bible, biblically speaking, but I even think just maybe even secularists may think this. You can't serve two masters. You can't serve two masters. A man that's double-minded, he's always he's never gonna be a good leader. He normally leads people astray when he's double-minded, right? So the man that has sexual, you would think that that's true, right? So look, the man that has sexual intentions with you and respectful intentions with you, then guess what? He's a double-minded man. He'll more likely play games and put you in a friend zone and put you in sex zone. Like he'll take you out on good dates, have sex with you, take you out sometimes, have sex with you, but he's never really going to commit to you. It's going to be the man to give you true commitment, and what you truly want is the man that respects you, not the other two. So what I'm saying is, when I'm asking you real quick, let me just land my plane. When I'm asking you this question, real quick, but when I'm asking you the question, if you had options of men,
20 minutes now.
I know, I got you. If you had options of men that you would want, you said that the majority of men that you would want to approach you, because you advertise yourself, is the men that have sexual intentions and respect you, rather than the men that respect you. So you'll be, that's a bad option.
I understand. Choice. I think you explained it poorly, but I understand what you're saying. Here's the options. A one-night stand with a guy, a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with a guy, where a guy lives with you, takes you out on dates, whatever, but he also smashes, and a guy who waits until marriage. You could have said it that way.
Well, it could be wait until marriage, but no. What I'm speaking about is the man's intentions, because you have intentions. God. We can say that, but it gets a little deeper. I want a man to
crave me sexually. I think the problem is here that you see sexuality.
All of them are going to crave you sexually. What are you talking about?
Right. Okay, then you're making no distinction between the respectful guy and the respectful and sexual guy.
I made a distinction.
You still haven't. Marriage is sexual. Courtship is sexual. Dating is sexual. I agree with you.
Oh my
All of it's
goodness,
going to be
Grace.
sexual.
Grace, maybe because you're 22, I made the distinction clear. Every
No, don't
man,
give me
all
that
three of
bullshit
them.
because you're 22. Come on. I'm a grown woman.
How
Go
about
ahead.
stop
Treat me like
interrupting
it.
the host of the show? How about that?
Can you stop ball washing for him? You're not his co-host. You're just another panelist. Go ahead.
Listen.
I can
Calm
say
it
what I
down. Calm it
want.
down. Calm it down.
I've been quiet the whole
So
time.
I
he
didn't
has
see
been
him
quiet,
hire
but
you as the moderator of the panel. Pipe down.
all right. And
He's the
Ben, you're off
moderator of the
mute.
panel.
Ben,
You're
you're off
not
of mute.
irritating.
Ben, you're off of mute. Tyga, chill out. And also Grace, just let me tell you
I
what
am
I
sorry. I
did.
want to apologize. I'm sorry about that. I won't do it again.
Okay, cool. Let me tell you that I did make a clear distinction, right? So once again, I said all men have a natural tendency, a natural proclivity to want to fornicate with a woman, to want to have sex with a woman, right?
I should
But
hope so, yeah.
the one man, the man that respects you, his morality supersedes his nature. The other men, their morality do not supersede their nature. So guess what? The man that morality supersedes his nature, his intentions is gonna align with your intentions more because you want a long-term relationship that's gonna lead to a marriage. The other two candidates is gonna be playing. Well, the one candidate is only gonna hit it and quit it. The other candidate is more likely to play games. It doesn't mean that the candidate that has sexual intentions and respectful intentions with you, it's a possibility to lead to something. But the man that respects you, it's promised to lead to a long-term relationship. It's promised. One is promised, one is possible. The other two is possible. You get it? That's a clear distinction.
Okay, yeah, I would want a man who wants to wife me up, if that's what you're saying.
That's the man that respects you. Okay, so therefore you just lost this argument.
And he sees me sexually.
But he also wants to fuck
I'm
you.
going to see you sexually.
Okay, so
I don't understand male and female intersexual dynamics. I don't think y'all had never had like a dating and relationship conversation or debate.
I've had tons of them.
Okay, well, y'all failed.
I think we basically agree. I would want a guy who would want to wife me up and not treat me like an object.
Well, then guess
sure.
what? Then
but I would also want him to want to like get me pregnant and fuck me. I'm sorry to say. Oh, I'm sorry. No cussing. I'm so sorry. I forgot.
Yeah, Grace. Come on.
I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to be disrespectful.
Father, can you put her in line? Can you
I'm
put
sorry.
your daughter
I'm
in
sorry.
line?
I have a dirty mouth. I'm sorry. I need to work on it. I genuinely.
See,
maybe for the streets, after all.
See, the difference between I have two daughters. The difference between me and Ben is my daughter, one, they don't come up on stream at all, and the other
I'm
thing
a streamer,
is,
so.
well, yeah, my fair enough. My daughter wouldn't be a streamer, but the other thing is my daughter doesn't cuss, so they don't use certain words because you know what, Ben, I don't cuss. So then the things that I have in me, my morality, my values, I instill that into my children. You cuss, Ben. You've been cussing up here. I had to tell you a few times, and it makes sense that your daughter cusses as well. You see how now do you have a son at all, Ben?
I have 4 sons and 2 daughters.
Yeah, 4 sons and 2 daughters. But you see how influence works, like as a father, since you're like the head of the household.
I think it's fine that she's
that could be fair to you, but what I'm essentially getting at here is kids kind of mimic the parents' behavior and they take on the parents' moral standard and stuff like that. Yeah. So if you're putting on dresses as a man, Ben, you know what? Well, then it's a high probability that your son's is gonna be a little bit flamboyant.
No, actually, it's not true. But you know what? Daughters who get raised,
answer the question. Do you have a gay son, Ben?
Not that I know of. Not confirmed.
Well, it's questionable.
Let me tell you something about
that
girls
makes
who get
sense,
raised
Ben.
by dads
It makes sense
Hold on.
that you don't know if your son is gay or not.
Yeah,
that
I
makes
don't know
sense.
anything about my adult son's sexual life.
Do you know next to your son?
What's that, Tiger? You're the only one laughing at your own jokes. Not a good sign. But let me tell you something cool. There is a danger, and I mean this man to man. If you do this thing of like, I get it, you're like dads like this, you're very likely to have your daughters rebel against you. There is nothing more homemaking than a dad who is really, really like
authoritarian
about his daughter's sexuality.
So
if you want to ask about OnlyFans girls, that's where a lot of times that's where it comes from.
You know, the thing is when it comes to, and I wouldn't say that you're fully wrong. I wouldn't say that that's like wrong because we can even see like there's something there's a stereotype like the pastor's daughters is normally the ones that's out there, doing things. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, well, here's the thing: how I parent is much differently than how most parents do things, because, and I think that I speak about my parenting fairly often on my podcast, so people understand. But I think that there's a way to display a message, to get a message across to a kid without being in an authoritarian way. But also having the kid respect you and also digest the things that you're saying. So just like you think about if you're teachers teaching kids, they're saying things in a manner where the kids can digest the information, and their methodology is for the child so that it's digestible so they can learn. So I think that some fathers, you can be correct here, and I wouldn't say that you're totally incorrect, but in some cases I've seen it before where, yes, the parent that's very strict can lead the child to a stripper pole or the son to a prison and selling drugs or something like that.
Yeah.
But kids being raised in a two-parent household, the stats don't show that, though. The stats show that, generally speaking, when children are raised with one father or in a nuclear family, it leads to less degeneracy. But if the mother is raising the children, it leads to more degeneracy. So, which means that
I agree with that.
The disciplinarian nature of the father is needed. It doesn't mean that that's a third.
I don't think all fathers are disciplinarian, authoritarian. You're making an assumption. I think most mothers are really like much more. If you look at cops, for example, a lot of the cops that get into
I think that most mothers are lenient.
Nah, I think most mothers are really harsh.
No,
they
don't.
They don't know how to lay down the law. They don't know how to
Mothers are harsh on their daughters and lenient on their sons.
Well, if you think about it, the only reason why you're saying that the mother is harsh is because the mother tends to act out in an emotional way. So it seems more harsh, but the father doesn't really act out in an emotional way. So it isn't that one is more harsh than the other. What I'm saying is the man's biological methodology to discipline the children, like his nature is to do it in a more an emotional stable way rather than acting out and being like neurotic. You know what I'm saying? So
I think it's real important. You probably would agree with me that fathers be like fun people too, not like just always sitting there trying to like discipline their kids. And in fact, I think this may be just like a generational thing. I found with my kids, Grace is my oldest, that like a lot of times back in my day, the adults were separating the boys from the girls. And this day, you kind of got to encourage them, especially guys like, guys who look like this guy up here. You got to say like, you got to get out of that basement and get yourself, get out get out there, go talk to girls, you know what I mean? And you have to be more kind of pro-sexual to do that. And, I would encourage Tiger, like, just flip off, bro. Go to a bar and try to pull some pussy. Like, this is not working for you. It's
hey, Tiger, I know you've been listening.
Direction.
I can systematically defeat his arguments, but I'll leave it to you. Don't even make any ad hominem, just defeat his argument because it was very weak.
Yeah, I don't need ad homs. Ben, it's super interesting that you think that somehow because I don't agree with you that I must not have a woman in my life or a house. I live in a hole and a blah, blah, blah. This whole thing is absurd. The whole reason I'm up here is because you claim to be a Catholic, right? Like you're a Catholic, but you postulate these wildly non-Christian things, right? And you're saying...
Can you name one? Because we're doing arguments here.
Yeah. Okay. Repeat your argument. What was your argument about?
No. We're not doing rewind. If you can't pay attention, then so like I said, in a certain way, these days, parents need to be kind of more like a little looser with sexuality to encourage their kids to like actually interact with the opposite sex. You think that that's not Christian?
No, I think that honestly, if we're all to be Christians and raise our children to be Christians, then there should be a right way and a wrong way of doing things. And I think a right way of doing things would be that, okay, Christian men should not vet or court women on the basis of, I want to take her, right? And also.
So do you not think it's a sexual thing? Do you think if I encourage my son, I encourage my son.
Hey, Ben, let him answer the question. Let him just land his plane. Go ahead, Tiger.
Okay, if we're talking about Christian people, right, there is a correct way to do things and an incorrect way to do things. And if we're talking about Christianity, especially Catholicism, right, we would want Christian men to vet women on the basis that they're not promiscuous and they don't dress a certain way. They present themselves in a godly way, and vice versa for women too, right? What you two are postulating is that women should just, or maybe I'm misrepresenting, but I'm really trying not to. Women, it's okay for women to be outwardly like, I want a man who wants to, take me and be overly sexual and blah blah blah. But that's like the opposite of a good Christian man, right? A good Christian man isn't just looking for sex. Nope. A good Christian man is looking for.
We
a
never
mother
said
for his
just
children.
looking for sex. We never said.
You keep lying. You keep adding stuff that we didn't say. That's very feminine to lie.
To be fair,
Women
you've
lie.
misrepresented me quite a bit as well tonight, Ben. So I think blow for blow. I'm genuinely trying to be good faith here. I'm not even. I'm really not even trying to be hostile.
I heard you trying to make some serious point, but like, what is the point?
Yeah.
You
I mean, we both
think
picked on each other a little bit, right? We've all picked on each other a
We're
little
not
bit.
doing a men's support group here. I'm not going to say I'm sorry and like, let's hug. It's not going to happen, bro.
I'm not either. I'm just saying, like, okay, if we're talking about Christian relationships,
if you didn't like what you got back, then you shouldn't have gotten in the ring. But all right,
sorry,
let's go.
To be fair, Tiger, you started this by calling him a PDF file because you went to pee in the urinal or whatever. Like you did start.
Well, it was a logical entailment to the.
Like I don't feel for
Well,
you.
it was a logical entailment to Tiger's line of question when he brung that up. So, but anyways,
sorry, go ahead.
But anyway, so Ben, you're essentially saying that boys. Say that again. Your argument is boys and girls should be around one another, and that's.
I would say if my sons go up to good-looking chicks with nice bodies, faces, and they go, "That's the one I'm after." I go get them, son. Absolutely.
Okay, so
I want beautiful children. Now, if they end up being hoes, yeah, okay.
Okay, so listen.
So like you should go up with a checklist and go, well, what's your body count?
Well, no, it's about
like I would never.
I get what you're saying, Ben. I get what you're saying. So essentially, what you're saying is, okay, Ben. I think I understand, and let me stillman your argument. Correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that if your sons, came to you like, oh, Dad, this is hot chick. She's very hot. You would encourage your son to go ahead and pursue that.
Normally, I'd say like that should be a conversation, it's a locker room conversation. But if I overheard a locker room conversation and my sons are saying, "I'm like that chick is hot. I want to smash her," I got no problem with that.
Okay, you wouldn't have any problem with that. So
No.
Then you wouldn't want the type of son you have, like the character of your son. You wouldn't want that character to date someone like your daughter, because then. Once again, the son would have the intentions of only wanting to smash this hot chick.
You added only.
Okay, you just said that you want your son to smash the hot chick. Do you want your?
I didn't say that either. I just said if he's talking about a chick with his buddies in the locker room, and he says like she's hot, I'd love to smash.
I mean, would you encourage him to smash?
Would you encourage? Would you? It seems that you're saying that you would encourage that behavior. Is that some behavior that you would encourage?
Yeah, that conversation, absolutely.
You would encourage that.
I wouldn't encourage him to go. Actually, virtue, blah blah blah. Yeah, like the other boys are going to think you're gay, and then would they be wrong?
No, Ben. So what we're essentially getting here is that. You would encourage your son to be promiscuous. That's what you
say that. No, I said to be. You want to have sex with a female. That's not promiscuity.
Okay, got it. Well, let me ask you a question. Okay, so you're essentially saying that, as long as my son wants to have sex with a woman, I would encourage him to want to have sex with a woman. Is there anything more that you would encourage your son to have with a woman?
Sure, of course. Like treat her right, to whatever.
Okay. Now what about the woman that your son is sexually attracted to? Would you give him any advice on like, okay, it's a hot chick, but what about her values and her morals and What about the other things, her character, rather than her just being hot?
Of course. But you start with a hot. If he brings you some ugly fat
but you started
woman
with
that,
a
like
hot
some
and your
ugly fat
conclusion
female that Tiger
but
is
the
like
difference
vetted, I'd say like, oh man.
But the thing, what I'm saying here has been, I had to ask these questions for you to then say it, because you was about to get yourself in a little rabbit hole here.
Yeah, you basically just agreed with us.
Yeah, you did. You basically
Yeah, I don't
agreed
think I'm
with
that
us.
far away from you. Yeah, right. And
Yeah,
you try to set up Grace with some kind of respect sex thing, and like,
well,
she
because
basically
what you
agreed to
said was you said something and your conclusion was promiscuity. That's all I'm saying.
That's not true. Being horny is not the same. You seem to not
Your
understand.
conclusion was
Being
though,
horny,
that's what
wanting
you
to have
concluded.
sex.
You
is
said that you
normal
would
for young
encourage that. You said that you would encourage that, but you didn't say that you would encourage other things within that. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm pointing out.
I
So
said
that's
in
why
a
I ask
locker
questions.
room. I'm saying in a locker room. If I ever heard my son talking with a bunch of like other football players, and they're going like, "What is the proper virtue of this chick?" I would say, like, man, that's not what we should be talking about in the locker room. That's not how boys that age talk.
Okay, so you don't think that boys should talk about red flags within a woman? Like, and give the whole facts? You don't think that boys should share whole facts?
Yeah, a little bit.
Ben?
But you're talking about like, I don't like, you're saying guys in the locker room should go like, well, I think she dresses a little
No, guys in locker rooms do share whole facts, Ben. That's the most things that they share.
Yo. Yeah, right.
Yeah. So what I'm saying here has been, if let's just use your example. If your son comes to you and say, "Oh, it's this really hot chick, I would like to get with her," you said that you would encourage for your son to get with that woman. But
well, it depends
then,
what you mean by get with.
Okay, you moving a goalpost so you can slip and
No, you're
slide
trying
out.
to
Fair
import
enough.
stuff. You're trying to import stuff.
I'm just asking questions. No, Ben, you've answered my questions, but I'm just trying to ask questions to get clarity. You did clarify, but fair enough. Fair enough. Let me bring up Wicked Dreams in here. Tiger, I'm gonna put you backstage.
I want to be out with Wicked.
Hey, what's going on? I can't really hear you. Your audio. Can you just do it? Can you take out your headphones and only speak to your phone? Yeah, we can't hear you. It's very muffled, man. You was waiting back here for a while, so I wanted to get you up. I think he said that he has some questions for you two, so I wanted to bring them up.
I'll just say while we're waiting, I know that you're saying like, no, I'm not anything like this guy. I think we're like a little bit apart. I don't think you're an authoritarian with your kids, but you're a little more stiff than I would be. But I don't think it's a huge difference.
Well, yeah, and Ben, we can see the conclusion to that because none of my kids, they're not homosexual at all.
Neither am I.
But to your sons or one of your sons, you said it's questionable. You really don't know.
I kid around with him. No, he's not.
Okay. He was kidding around. Grace, was he kidding around? Is one of your brothers gay or questionable?
No.
All right, fair enough.
He's zesty, but I mean,
zesty. Yeah, I don't know.
He paints his fingernails and shit, but I mean, people do that.
I don't know about that. He most likely gay, but
he had a girl. He had a girlfriend. I mean, it's like, he's artistic.
Identified as a girl or was a girl?
Was with a girl. Something you've.
All right, let's hear it from Wicked Dream. Let's go.
Hey, I just got a few questions because you never really defined what masculinity is. So far, the only thing you've said about what makes you masculine is you can take out your dick next to high school boys. You will let any random dude bang your daughter.
I didn't say that.
And what do you mean you didn't say that? You just said hold on a second. No. Hey, listen. How about first off you shut up and let me talk? How about first off you let me talk?
It's very feminine.
How about first off you let me talk because you can't respond to my question if you don't let me ask the question.
No, you're not gonna lie.
Hey,
I'm not gonna lie. When Fully asked you, would you let the two guys down here at the bottom have sex with your daughter? You said yes. You don't even know them.
I said
he doesn't let anyone have sex with me. I'm a grown woman.
No. That's not no. Cooley asked a simple question. Okay, so you said, yeah, that's great. If two men that you have no idea just wanted to have sex with your daughter, that's perfectly fine. To have any random guy just want to have sex with your daughter,
If
you
you're
think that's
sexually
okay?
attracted to me,
Yes,
that's
that's
great.
fine.
Not to
That's great.
literally have sex with me, a random hookup. He's not encouraging.
No, he
People find
Cooley
my
asked
daughter
him. So you
sexually
would let these
attractive,
two
and
guys
I've
down here have sex
succeeded.
with your daughter? He said yes. We can play the tape back.
No, be sexually attractive to your daughter.
No, Cooley asked if you would let the two guys at the bottom have sex with your
Oh, my
daughter,
God.
and you said yes.
Okay. Well, I don't know where to go from here.
Okay, and what about the part where you also said being masculine is whipping out your dick next to high school boys who were uncomfortable with being next to other men like that?
Yeah, that is masculine.
That's masculine? So making another man uncomfortable is masculine, especially when they're underage
But
men?
kind of guy like you. Kind of guy like you.
Like me? So explain.
Making you
How
uncomfortable is masculine. That's right. Yeah.
am
Like
I
if I'm
uncomfortable with
that little
masculine?
girl, that little picture of a little girl behind you, and you start
My
like,
niece?
moving the camera. Yeah, your niece.
My niece? Well, I moved it because you can't have children on YouTube, so I'm actually doing it to protect Cooley's stream.
You actually did it. You actually did it. Why can't you have a picture of your niece?
Because it's YouTube. You can't have children on stream in YouTube.
Oh, okay. You can't have a picture of your niece on YouTube.
You can have children on YouTube, dude. Have you ever heard of a family channel?
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
paranoid. That's quite feminine.
Yeah, but
I'm still trying to be respectful of Cooley's channel.
there's a
Your camera's
difference.
shaking. You're nervous. That's feminine. You're lying.
Well,
about
I'm
what
holding my phone here. You want me to go put it down? I mean,
pretty
let's talk
beta.
about the herpy
So
on your
far,
upper
you're
lip
pretty
real quick.
beta.
Hold on a second here.
Let's
We'll
get
put the
some
phone down.
fire here. Let's get some masculine energy. Oh man, a tank top. That's feminine.
A tank top is feminine? How is a tank top feminine? It's a fucking white beater. The
Look
undershirt.
what
Are
I'm
you
wearing.
stupid?
What am I wearing?
Are you stupid?
I'm wearing a
One
tank
mic at a
top.
time.
You're
One mic
wearing
at
a,
a
you're
time.
wearing
Go
a,
ahead, go
hey,
ahead.
let me see my tit shirt, but don't get upset with me for it.
were you
But it doesn't
looking at
matter.
my
That's
tits?
irrelevant. So can you still answer my question? So can you answer my question though?
This
So
is
how is
a
it
looking at your
masculine?
tits shirt? This is a looking at your tits shirt? My tits aren't even showing.
Again, not talking
He
to you.
hates women. He hates
So
women.
Oh,
how do
okay.
I again make
So
all
you were
you can make
defeated
all the
and now you're
assumptions
not
that you
talking.
want to make,
Go
but
ahead,
it's irrelevant.
So wait, by
go ahead
that,
and
by
ask
that,
your
wait,
question.
wait,
Ask your
Cooley, you
question.
like conclusions, right? So by that logic, Wicked Dreams is wearing a tit shirt, right? Because he's wearing a tank top. I'm wearing a tank top, so he's showing off. His
No,
This is an
Grace, you
undershirt. There's a
idiot.
difference between undershirts and tank tops.
Why are you showing everybody your undershirt? That doesn't
Grace,
seem very
stop.
proper.
There's a
doesn't have
difference
tits,
between men and women too.
There's
Grace.
there's a big
There is.
difference. You're listen, you are obviously retarded, can't understand shit, so you should probably shut up and let me speak to your father, who I was originally
Go
talking
ahead,
to
sir.
anyways,
He's
wasn't even
not
talking
interested
to
in
you.
women, obviously.
Go ahead, sir.
Anyways,
How if I'm a married man, how am I not interested in women? Explain that.
I've known a lot of.
I'm a married
men
man
who are
with
gay.
children, so how am I not interested in women?
A
Please
lot
go ahead.
of married men have issues. Yes, they just did a
So
new
you're just making
series on it.
assumptions. So you're just making assumptions, no facts, right?
I don't know the facts about your sexual life, no, and I never want
So then
to.
you should probably just shut the fuck up because you don't know what you're talking
Well,
about.
you
Listen,
came on
made
here
yourself
talking
pretty.
big, so why don't
Well,
you?
no. Well,
why don't you
I came on here. I came on here to ask you a very simple question. You said it is okay to whip out your dick in front of children who are in high school
Let's keep it
and are
YouTube
uncomfortable.
safe.
I'm sorry about that. Okay, it's okay to show your genitals to children who are uncomfortable with it. Explain why that's okay.
When you go to a urinal, you understand?
I wait.
Have you ever been to a urinal?
Yeah, and I wait.
Okay, so you wait for what?
I would wait if there's an open urinal. I wouldn't go next to a children, especially if they said like, "Hey, I'm uncomfortable with this." Knowing it, child. Yes,
isn't
well,
children.
somebody under 18 is a child. Somebody under the age of 18 is considered a child.
Do you
Yes.
consider when you urinate? Do you consider that showing someone else your genitals?
Well, it depends. It could be or could be.
I would not go next to you. Let me tell you that.
It could be or it couldn't be.
When you're in town, I am not going to any urinal.
If there's no divider in between the middle, you could possibly be showing it to somebody else. You could be doing it on it.
They would have to look.
It's out. You could still be showing it, whether they look or not look. It is out, and it could be seen. That's the point of the.
You're not showing it to someone. If they look, that's on them.
Right, but that's still you showing it. It's still out, whether they look or not. That's
yes, you
irrelevant.
have to take your penis out to urinate.
But
yes,
the point of the thing is that they are uncomfortable with it. They do not want to do this.
Yes.
They are. Let's shut the fuck up and let me talk, bro. Seriously, you just can't do it, can you? If they are uncomfortable with it, why is it okay to go ahead and go against what they are? As a masculine, you are supposed to teach men that, okay, you know what? If you're uncomfortable with something, You don't let another man violate your comfort zone. You don't let
That
another
is
man.
the most feminine thing I've ever heard in my life.
I don't agree with you at all. If we were on a hike together and you were uncomfortable with me
You
peeing next to a
violated my
tree,
boundaries.
and you
next to
said
you.
it's indecent
I wouldn't be
exposure,
standing. We were,
then
listen,
I would
the
take
force thing
my
is
dick
irrelevant
out
because you're not next to somebody. You're not
pee
standing next to
a tree
somebody elbows
anyway.
length. You're not standing
Well, I
next to
don't
them.
care what a guy like you thinks about anything.
Are you
don't
really
care.
using boundary talk and not telling
How?
me that you're saying you're alpha male? You violated my boundaries. That is
no problem
woman
making
talk.
other men
That is-
uncomfortable.
But what I'm saying is that
woman
what I'm saying too
psychobabble talk.
is, as a man, if you have a line of, hey, this is where I stand on something, you don't let somebody cross that line. That's being a fucking man.
You too, sir.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
make my point. So I got to go to the bathroom.
Right.
I don't care that you guys are acting like a bunch of homos. I'm going to go to the
Well, here's the
bathroom because I
problem.
got to do my job.
These are underage kids. They're under 18.
Underage for what?
Real quick, you see this, Grace?
Anything.
Grace, you see this?
Underage for what?
Real quick, fellas. Y'all see this? Instead of saying Grace is respectable, and I respect Grace, you get only Grace is sexy. So this is a man that only wants to smash you, Grace. You see the difference here?
He didn't say that.
Not necessarily.
Well, you know,
I don't think Grace is sexy at all.
King
what
Simba,
he didn't
King
say.
Simba, hit her
Listen,
up. Hit her
what he and listen, you promoting your
Why would
daughter.
I be mad about that?
What he didn't say was,
That
man,
shows
she's a
real
respectful
masculinity.
young lady.
Yeah. That
Yeah,
sounds
Hey, I was
like
wondering,
the
can
kind
I-
of
can I
guy that
interject
wants
and say
to
something
run
quick?
a law, not
That's
someone who
that's
says this is
because
a respectable
saying
young
she's
lady.
a respectable young lady is what Grandpa says.
Yeah.
Saying she's hot is what somebody my age should say, or sexy, or whatever. I appreciate
I'm
it.
saying,
That
I'm
man
saying
is
literally hit her up.
No,
Hit
But
her
when
up.
you talk to me like a grandpa, you are a very respectable young woman, and I
No, that's
appreciate you. Like
so.
that's a
Not all grandpas say that. No, that's not true.
Yeah, that's real quick, Matthew. I brung some people up. I brung Matthew and Jamie. If while we're having a conversation, respect the one mic at a time policy. Grace was asking a question. Well, Grace was responding to the super chat of what I said. Grace, but what I wanted to display there was when we had the conversation on you wanting a long-term relationship that will lead to marriage from a man, but you've already concluded that no, you would prefer the man to respect you because all of them is going to have sexual attentions with you, right? But the thing that you wouldn't want is a man to only want the sex from you because that wouldn't align with what you want. The man wants sex, but you want something long term. So what I'm saying is,
you put Simba's chat up, his follow-up chat. He has a follow-up chat to what he said to prove your point, I suppose. King Simba 39. You scroll down just a little bit.
I'm trying to lay this meat
And
down.
He said, "Yeah, I ain't trying to be no
Hey, Mr. Cooley, I
grandpa.
want
I'm
to say
trying to lay
something.
this meat down." Hell yeah! Like yeah. What? I
Wait,
have no
let me see what he
problem with
said.
that.
Yeah, exactly. So listen, so obviously it's the way you displaying yourself. And you just said you have no problem with him wanting to smash you, but you actually want a long-term relationship. So why would you even want men to view you in a certain way when you don't even want that anyway from a man? It makes no
Wife
sense.
me up and smash me all day long. That's
He
how it
doesn't
works.
want to do that. He said he want to lay the meat down.
How do you
No, he
know?
didn't say he wasn't willing to wait.
He said, yeah, I ain't trying to be no grandpa. I'm trying to lay
Yeah,
this
good.
meat down.
Good. That's what you should be trying to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Put a
You're
ring on it and lay
contradicting
this meat.
yourself.
Put a ring
What
on
I'm
it and lay
saying
this
is,
meat. What's the
and this is what happens when you let when you have a father and a daughter, but the father doesn't have the ability to lead and give good guidance. The daughter goes astray. The daughter conflates everything and thinks that the men that have sexual intentions with me, they actually have long-term relationship intentions with me. That is untrue. Men, we don't really operate like that. We really only put girls in two categories. It's smashing or it's a relationship. That's what it is. That's all it is. So think about it. Even the men that has sex with you, but they take you out on dates, they even take you out on trips, but they never give you true commitment. That is the same thing that the other man is doing. You get it? None of them are wifing you up or taking you seriously. They're just smashing. Men would do things to keep you in a certain position to garner sex from you. Just like you got guys in your friend zone, right, Grace? You got guys as friends, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Got it. So there's guys that you have as friends, and you're not sexually attracted to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you know that some of those friends are sexually attracted to you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But these are your friends. So you garner attention from them and time from them, meaning that you like that they're friends with you. You guys may have something in common. You also like that it's actually probably kind of cool that they're actually sexually attracted to you too, right?
No, I made it clear to most of them that I'm not interested in them. They don't want to talk to me after that. That's up to them.
That's up to them. Okay, totally
Yeah.
fine. But what I'm saying is men, it's the reverse when it comes to men. You put guys in friend zone and guys put women in sex zone. And what I'm trying to distinguish for you is if you're not presenting yourself in a respectful manner, and if you're saying that you want long-term relationships. So that's going to lead to marriage, someone that respects you. The husband will respect you. So if you want this, then you wouldn't be chasing after and applauding the DM, applauding the chat that said, well, yeah, I want to put my meat, I want to lay this meat down. You wouldn't be applauding that and accepting that. You would actually
don't
say
seem to understand.
No, Grace, you would say that it's disrespectful. If you want a
You don't seem to
long-term
understand.
relationship, okay,
The man who I want to wife me up, I want him to lay his meat down. Like, how are these? I don't understand how you're putting these two apart.
Grace, you are doomed. So, I'll explain it to you real quick, and we're gonna do it this way too. Jamie, you gotta go. Matthew, you gotta go. I'll keep you two up for right now. I'll bring you guys up later, right? So, if we reverse it, Grace, let's just speak about you and the guys that you have in friend zone, right? Because there's guys that have sexual intentions with you, but you do not have sexual intentions with them. And do you hang out with these friends?
I mean, I'm talking about internet friends. I don't really have a lot of real life friends, but I'm talking about internet people.
You've had IRL.
I've met up with guys on the internet. We do streams together. They make it clear they're sexually interested. I make it clear that I'm not. We maintain contact or not. It doesn't.
Got it. But like when you hung out with these guys, did like they pay for like the dates and stuff, or like did they pay for things for you?
Actually, most of the time, no. They're they're assholes. But sometimes.
You cut out one swear to add another.
I don't know.
Yes,
sometimes
you have simps. You have simps.
It's I have simps, but simps are different. Simps are not the people I meet up with most of the time. It's different. Other streamers who I meet up with who might take me on a date for content, that's different. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing here.
Well, no, we are talking about the same thing, because I would say that the definition of a simp, I think, is kind of clear. Some people have different weird definitions of a simp, but the definition of a simp is a man that does things for the woman that's pretty much like doing the most, but the woman doesn't reciprocate on her end. So if a man has sexual intentions with you, but you don't share those same sexual intentions back, but he continues to want to hang out with you and he's always hitting you up and you guys are hanging out, he would be a simp because he knows that you don't want him, but he's just still gonna pay for things and do things to try to get your attention. I
mean, I have totally let guys pay for stuff once I make it like I make it clear, like I'm not interested in a sexual relationship. If they want to pay for stuff after that, they're welcome to, and I accept it as a gift.
Okay, got it. So my argument is what I'm trying to get you to understand is that you have these guys in friend zone, but you have zero intentions of ever giving them sex. What I'm telling you is that there's guys that they would take you out on dates, they would court you and be nice and do all of this, but they would never give you a true relationship. They would only get sex from you, but never wife you. And guess what?
Sure.
You won't even know, because it could be like 4 years down the line and he can still be keeping you in sex zone. Just like your guys in friend zone, they probably have been in friend zone for some years. But guess what?
But see, that's the difference.
No, there's no difference.
The difference.
What's the difference?
I wouldn't date a guy for 4 years because he's making it clear he's not interested. He's not going to commit. That's a ridiculous amount of time. There are hoes who would date a guy like that and believe his lies. But I wouldn't give it up. So That's
But
the
the
difference.
thing
I
is,
wouldn't
you
give it up.
just repeat the cycle, like
Exactly.
Kid Dreams just said. You just repeat in the cycle. So in order to not be in a situation where you're speaking, where you're dealing with guys that only want, that's only going to put you in sex zone or only want sexual intentions with you, then you have to be able to discern the differences of men that want something long-term with you and that aligns with what you want, rather than the guys that just want sex from you. And when that chat came up and said that, Grace, I want to smash you. I don't want to become a grandpa. I only want to lay this pipe down. And you said, yes, that's the attention I want. I'm telling you, well, that's a contradiction to a long-term
Well, let me
relationship
tell
of
you
what you
something,
want.
Cooley. If that guy who said that chat
Okay.
was to take me out and all he wants is sex and he's
Yeah.
not going to put a ring on it, he's not going to get it. And so he'll move on.
Are you a virgin?
But I don't answer personal questions like that.
All right. So she's not a virgin.
You can think whatever you want.
Well,
I am
'cause
or I'm not. You can think whatever you want.
Well, no, I mean, it's the logical entailment. Like if you ask me if I ever killed someone, I don't want to talk about my bodies that I got laying around here. I'll
I
probably
understand.
say
I think
that.
sexuality is somebody's private concern, and I don't answer questions like that. You can say I'm a hoe if you want. That's fine.
You just said you
No,
wanted
I'm
to
not
be
trying to say you're a hoe.
before.
I don't think if people are virgins, they should say it. So I don't mind either way.
I think that people are upright. They normally are proud to say, no, I haven't been, my
No,
cherry has not been popped.
Wrong.
I truly think
Wrong.
that with many
Wrong.
things.
Wrong.
I think if
you're
you're
a
a virgin,
disgusting
it's
person. You're a disgusting person to think
inappropriate.
that you think it's appropriate to ask a female that. Fuck you. Oh, excuse my language. That sucks, dude.
It's not.
Totally
It's not about inappropriate.
Dad, it's
or
okay.
appropriate.
Dad, it's a red pill thing. It's okay. I don't take
when
it
she's asking
personally.
It's not about.
To say it's a
yeah.
logical entailment. You don't even know what an entailment is. You don't understand logic. You're a moron on
No,
the internet, but it's
I'll
fine.
explain to you, Ben. I'll explain to you. Relax with the ad hominems.
Yeah, with
I
your
know you.
Stupid
Ben, relax. I know your.
logic.
Ben, I know your panties are in a bunch right now because
Yeah,
I'm speaking
now
to your
get
daughter.
personal. Go ahead and
It's
get
okay.
personal. Yeah.
You
His
just
panties
got
can't be in a bunch.
personal,
He's
and
got
I
his shirt
didn't
off.
cuss at you.
Yeah.
I didn't cuss at you.
Because you were rude. You're
No,
rude.
I wasn't. I wasn't rude. And
Yeah,
I'll
you were.
explain.
Yeah, you were.
Okay.
Only a rude person
Only
would
a
ask
rude.
that question of a young woman.
Okay,
Number
let me.
one.
Okay,
Number two.
you want an
If she
explanation or
you want to
no?
talk about it, that you
Okay.
say that she's
older than the guy
therefore
that you were
has
showing
high
me in the
body.
You realize that?
Rude. Check yourself before you wreck
Got it,
yourself.
Ben. Before you
hold on.
say this,
Ben, hold on.
real quick, with Kid Dreams, I got you.
This is for him.
With Kid, I got you. Before you try to, make it homonyms and say this trash that you just said,
It's not trash.
let
it's
me
not an
actually.
ad hominem.
Well, fair enough. Well,
learn the rules of debate.
Oh, well, actually, I'm going to. I know the rules of debate, so I'm going to give you the
all right,
reason.
Debate me sometime. I'll wreck you.
I've already debated you, and you lost earlier, bro. You lost earlier.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, we debated.
I do
earlier
think
and
it's
you
an.
lost in the stream.
I do think it's an.
I will destroy you. You don't.
No,
know
we've
how to
already-
debate.
I think it's
We've
an
already
inappropriate
debated.
question to ask anybody what their personal sex life is,
Not
and
an
I
ad
do think it's a
hominem to
rude
point out that
question.
you're being
But
rude.
it's typical
Not
in
an
red
ad
pill
hominem.
spaces. So
No, let me explain. So
No, these
the
people are
logical entailment.
disrespectful of females.
Ben, I'm gonna mute you because I can't even get my word out. Just chill, right? Relax, man. It's okay. So what I'm saying is the reason why I asked your daughter that question is because your daughter is the one that insinuated that she wants sexual attraction from a man. Then a man sends a chat and says that I don't want to become a grandpa, meaning that I want nothing long term. I want to clap cheeks. I want to lay this pipe down. Grace then accepts this. She says, yes, that's the type of attention I want. Then when we're having this conversation, what I'm trying to get at, the reason why I asked her, is she a virgin or not? Well, it's a good question to ask. And the fact that she didn't answer it, this just tells me that, well, she's most likely not a virgin. And let me explain. Let me give my reasoning behind it, right? Because if you are morally, if you are a person of value and good moral, then you are not shamed to say the things that you know to be deemed that is good and upright. So if a woman is a virgin, yes, I'm a virgin. No one had sex with me. I do a girls panel. I've interviewed over 700 women on my panel, and I had a 30, 4-year-old virgin on my panel. She was happy to say that she is a virgin. She was happy to say this. No man ever been inside me because I haven't found the man that was worthy. So what I'm essentially asking here is, has she ever had sex with a man or didn't she? Because the conversation that we're speaking about is, let me get to the point. The conversation that we're speaking about is, well, guys that she put in friend zone, she said that, well, I don't have sex with, if the man is my friend, it's okay because he would never get any sexual access from me anyway. He would have to date me and be in a long-term relationship with me. Pretty much, she said marriage in order for the man to have sex with me. So that's why I asked her, is she a virgin or not? Because then this would say that, well, you haven't even been doing it thus far. You've been having relationships with people and having sex with people. But guess what? It's meaning that her intentions of long-term relationship doesn't match up with her practices. Because she's not a virgin. That's what I'm getting at. So it is a logical question to ask. But let me go ahead and unmute you, Ben, and you can respond. Grace, you can respond too. Go ahead. Anyone can go first.
Okay, so I think sex is generally private. If people want to share something, they can. If they don't, I think you can't make any assumptions. I could ask you a bunch of personal questions.
I can still make assumptions.
I can make a bunch of personal, and you'd be wrong to. I could ask you a bunch of personal questions about your sexual life with your wife. Do you think that would be appropriate?
Go ahead, ask.
Which one? So you think it would be appropriate?
If it applies to the debate and the discussion, sure, why not?
So
I asked you
of your sexual
life
with your wife.
Ben, I asked you questions about your ex-wife. I asked you, Ben. I asked you questions.
Sex life. You didn't ask me about.
What are you speaking about? I asked you, would you have sex with your ex-wife on video and make an OnlyFans? You said no. I would never do that.
About my sex life.
It was a hypothetical question, and that is a question. What you talking about? You said no, you wouldn't.
No, it isn't. You don't even understand logic. It's not. That's not a question about my personal sex life. And if you said, "Hey, have you ever this or that?"
No,
none of your business.
No, that's
obviously because I respect that relationship.
Ben,
you obviously have said to your wife, "Hey, wife, listen, he doesn't care. He doesn't think it's private between the two of you."
Ben, so what you're missing is
she should have some real questions about
no.
you.
What you're missing is the conversation, Ben. The conversation was about sex, so therefore I can ask her about sex, and we're speaking about her.
About sex. You shouldn't ask other people about their private sexual life.
Go ahead.
So you made a remark saying that it's an inappropriate question to ask a young lady. Correct?
Okay. Yeah,
it's an inappropriate question to ask anyone.
To ask a young lady, but
he starts talking about her cherry.
Next to younger
what right do you have? What's that? Go ahead.
You pull out your genitals next to boys who are younger than her, and that's not disrespectful. But asking a question to somebody who is older than the boys is disrespectful.
Yeah,
peeing in a urinal is not disrespectful, Wicked Dream. If you think it is, there's something
I don't
wrong
understand.
With
it's not about peeing
urinating at a urinal.
That's literally what you're describing.
No, it has anything to do with this.
No. What I'm asking is taking your genitals out next to younger men is not inappropriate. But
why do you say genital?
Somebody who is older than the people who
dick. I don't take my balls out.
Yo, Ben, we're on YouTube, man.
Well, I don't know
the language. That's why you're saying genitals, bro.
Take my private parts out. Let's do this. Like,
he's too stupid to understand simple things about it. You have to say this word. Do you not understand that, or you just can't comprehend certain?
I don't really have a problem. I don't think many people have a problem with someone saying that I need to expose my member in order to urinate. B, sometimes there are people who are not in my family. I don't have privacy.
Here's the part that you're
sometimes
those
people may be younger.
You're conveniently leaving
I don't have any. I think you're crazy.
You said that. I don't care if it makes them uncomfortable, or I don't have to.
Let me just say that. Write a new tattoo.
One mic at a time. One mic at a time.
I should not.
Yeah, one mic at a time. One mic at a time.
No.
Yeah,
I really think you shouldn't go anywhere near a urinal ever.
Can you actually stay on?
I'm saying it'll help other people understand that you don't understand the social, the sociality of using a urinal.
What do tattoos have to do about anything?
I'm saying it will let other people know. If I'm at a urinal, please stay away from me. I'm not
I think
really
that, I think
healthy
if you
enough to
talk to any
understand how
man in
this
the world,
works.
I can guarantee you more than 75% would be like, yeah, you leave a space between you and the other man. More than 75 to 80%.
I don't think
would say
that's
that.
true.
Well, if you hang around real men, not a bunch of gay men like you do at the bars, you might find different answers.
All right, cool. So
whatever.
listen, real quick.
I'm gay because I urinate.
Real quick, everybody, get the likes up. Get the likes up. Real quick, Grace, I got you. Get the likes up. Man, a like is free. Just like the podcast.
Absolutely.
I'm not even asking for super chats or anything, but like the video. It helps it push it into the algorithm. Grace, you had a question?
Yeah, you're you're trying to say I'm a hypocrite because you're saying, oh, you probably slept with guys, and so waiting until marriage for some new guy is you being a hypocrite. That's fine. You can think whatever you want. I don't answer personal questions about my sex life, but I still don't think it would be hypocritical for a woman to
Not
say,
hypocritical.
okay, I made mistakes. Now I'm not going to make those mistakes anymore.
Yeah,
Let's
no,
just
I'm not
say
thinking. I'm not
I
saying
slept
that.
with 3 or 4 guys, and I said that was a bad idea. And I'm going to wait until marriage now because I'm not going to give it up because that's giving away the whole game. I'm pretty sure it's a red pill point that women are the gatekeepers of sex and men are the gatekeepers of commitment. So I still
Plus, can I
don't
also
think
make
it
a
holds.
point?
Even if somebody
Yeah, hold
was,
up, Ben.
even if
Let her
somebody
finish.
was a slut or not, I just don't think it's hypocritical to say I'm not going to do that stuff anymore because it doesn't make sense.
Got it. So my argument was not that you're a hypocrite, right? My argument was that it's a worldview contradiction. So I'll explain. Let me explain it again. I asked you a question. What do you want out of men when it comes to dating? Do you want a little quick fling, like a one night stand? And you was like, no, I want like a long-term relationship that will lead to marriage. I want something that will lead to marriage. That's what you said, right?
Yeah.
So then on the other hand, when I'm asking you questions about the type of men that you want to be attracted to you, the type of attention that you want men to give you, you are praising and promoting and celebrating that the guy that sent that chat in wanted to have sex with you only.
Can I make a point about that?
He didn't say that.
Can I make a point about that?
Say that. He didn't say
He
that.
said that I ain't trying to be no grandpa. I'm trying to lay this pipe down. That's what he said.
Correct. He did not say only.
Wait, but hold on. Cooley, don't you understand that a lot of guys
No, that's
who
what
are
that
chatting
means, Grace.
are
What do you
joking
mean?
around?
No,
It
he's
doesn't
not
mean
joking.
He would. It wouldn't.
You make a
mean that
lot
he
of
would say-
assumptions.
Grace, can you let your father speak, please?
Sorry.
Go ahead, Ben.
I'm just saying there are a lot of people online. It's not necessarily the same thing as saying that to her face on a date. You know what I'm saying? Like, we understand some guys are joking around. She takes it as a joke. He may mean it seriously, but whatever. It's a comment on a YouTube stream. I don't know that
whether
means
he
that a
means it or
guy
not,
who
the point
says
is
that to her.
that the intent is to only smash, and that's it. If there's nothing else that he wants, he doesn't
It's the intent.
That's actually not what he
doesn't
said,
want
but
nothing else.
you
He just
can read into it.
What do you mean read into it? He simply said, I just want to smash. I don't want to
He
anything
just
else.
said, I want to have sex with your daughter. Okay, there's no problem with that, really.
Yeah, that's all he wants.
No, he was listening
didn't
to
say,
the
"I only
conversation.
want to have sex with
Grace
your daughter. I have
knows
no
because Grace even said that, oh, pull up that other chat, Cooley, because I think that he's agreeing with your argument. Even Grace knows that he only want to smash.
Yeah, no, actually, he
I
actually
said
was
he's
saying, I don't
making
want to
your
come across
point.
as a grandpa.
Well,
And
exactly.
Well, his
I
point
actually
is
find
he wants
that.
to smash, so that's a
If I
great
could just
point.
make a larger point, I actually find that
God, this-
young men of
Family
Grace's
is stupid.
age generally lack the confidence to be a little bit sexually aggressive, which I think they should be. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the general way in which women and men interact is the men are aggressors and the women are kind of like, I don't know, right? It's the, at
Okay,
least
what's
this
the
is throughout
threshold
the
to aggression?
biological, throughout like the animal kingdom. That's how
And
it works.
what's this
So
threshold to aggression,
if the guy is being a little bit sexually aggressive, I mean, obviously at a certain point it's crazy. I say that's my kind of guy. That's the kind of son-in-law I want to have. I don't say you need to first respect her. No.
Okay, so got it. So essentially, you're saying that men should be aggressive towards women. Do you know that sexually? And do you know that that actually doesn't work? Like, do you understand that women, their DMs are filled? And I would even say, Grace, your DMs are probably filled on Twitch or whatever type of streaming things, and even on Instagram or whatever type of TikTok or apps that you have. your DMs are filled with a lot of unread messages from men that's like hitting on you, saying, oh, Grace, you're very beautiful, you're sexy. But guess what your daughter isn't doing? And I can make this assumption because I've interviewed over 700 women.
Sure, that's fine.
Your daughter leaves those aggressive men being very sexual towards your daughter. She leaves those DMs unread.
I guess
Is that what, Grace? Can you confirm? Grace, can you confirm real quick, Witkid? Grace, can you confirm that to be true? That you have a lot of unread DMs from men that wants you sexually?
I would say
don't lie, Grace.
You're right that if somebody says like, "Hey, you're really pretty" or something, I would just respond, "Thank you, I appreciate that." But it's a little bit different. Hold on, it's a little bit different because I am a streamer. So they're interacting with me as a YouTuber or a streamer, not just like a random girl on
even
Instagram.
But I grant it. Take this off of,
but it's fine. I take it as a compliment.
Let me make the point that I'm saying. Even if we take this off of Grace and we just apply it to other women that aren't streamers, average women that post on Instagram, average women get a lot of free attention from men that's aggressive, forthcoming towards a woman. And what you are proposing here, Ben, it actually doesn't work in practice. So men being thirsty and aggressive for women when it comes to the courting process, it actually works against them because women do not like thirsty behavior from a man. So a man that's going to send in a chat and say, oh, she's really sexy, I want to smash. That would be the last man on earth that a woman would give attention to. And your daughter just confirmed that. So it's not for a man to do.
I literally gave that guy attention.
No, you didn't give him any sexual attention back of what he wanted. The attention wasn't equal. Like, no,
I think.
I mean, he's a chatter. I said, hell yeah. Like,
I was on Tinder for a year, and I did a lot of these.
But Grace, if he slid in your DMs, you wouldn't give him a chance. Is what I'm saying. Let's be honest here. That's what I'm saying. So
that's not
what I wanted to do was.
King Simba, hit me up. Kick.com/ThorpeTube.
Yeah. That's what, and King Simba, this is what some of these chicks do because they want, women crave attention. Women crave attention just like men crave sex. So what she's essentially doing is trying to get people to her Instagram or her channel to get more of this attention because it's a dopamine hit for women. So, but anyways, listen, I've been streaming for 4 hours now. I did like the spirited conversation, and I would definitely have you two on to debate other conversations as far as I know we probably disagree on a lot. So we can actually set up a one-on-one debate, me versus Ben or me versus Grace. Slide in, hit me up in the DMs at No Fugazee Podcast, and I'll set a date and a time, and we can debate like feminism or something like that, which essentially maybe you guys would be for and I would be against. You know what I'm saying?
You're a great host. You're very talented in that area, and we're certainly glad for the exposure.
Fun. Yeah.
So.
Fair enough, man. Have a blessing.
Maybe even like a team debate. Me and my dad and you versus somebody else who's also read.
We can even do a team debate. Just hit me up in a DM on Instagram. That's at No Fugazee Podcast, and we'll set it up because I do debates. So people that have opposing views than mine, as long as you can be respectful, I'll definitely bring you back up. But fair enough, man. Have a great day.
Have a great day. Thanks.
All right, chat. We do it live. Are you not entertained? We've had many debates tonight. Yeah, man, get the likes up, man. We got over 400 people in here right now. Get the likes up. Yeah, do this for me now. All right, so we still got a lot more clips to react to that the members sent me. I think I only reacted to about 3 clips, but we have many more that we're going to get to. So everyone that supports the podcast that is a member, don't worry. I will get to your clips that you want me to react to. Tonight is Monday. The next stream that I would do is going to be on Thursday. So that's the next live stream that I'm doing is going to be this Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be open debate night and reaction. Other than that, for Tuesday and Wednesday, you'll see clips. So clips will come out maybe of this stream here, or clips will come out from the full panel dating show that I just had a week back. So Look forward to the clips that's going to come out for all of our content. Other than that, like the podcast before you go. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Click that bell icon. We are still live on Facebook and YouTube. So everyone that's on Facebook and YouTube, man, come on over to YouTube. Everyone that's on TikTok and Facebook, come on over to YouTube and subscribe to the YouTube channel, man. I'm pushing out good content. And are you not entertained tonight, man? Are you not entertained? Man, we literally had homie done put on a dress tonight, man. Oh, man, what? It was a lot of crazy things going on, but other than that, yeah, man, I'm all streamed out for tonight. I gave y'all 4 hours. My job is done. Without further ado, this podcast is No Fugazi, and I'm out. Oh, wait, time out. I'm not out. I can't leave yet. My bad. My bad. I can't leave. I'm not leaving yet. I got to get to the super chats. My bad. My bad. I see y'all in here. My bad. I got to get to the super chats. I almost forgot. I'm so tired, I almost forgot. So I'm going to get through all of them. We got the Country Prince sends him $5. I sent his IG on Discord, Cooley, to get a debate. Okay, I appreciate you, bro. So you sent the IG on Discord. I'll go ahead and look at that. Let me just... Okay, cool. We got Uncle Tyga. He sends him $5. I'll make a fool of myself on YouTube trying to debate for free. But you couldn't pay me all the money in the world to wear a dress for clout. Get the F out of here, Simp. So yeah, that was to Ben. We got Ride sends in $2. Ben is supported financially by his daughter. Oh, okay. Wow. Ben is supported financially by his daughter. So, I mean, I don't have anything to verify that, but that's interesting. I guess I have to look into these two characters of Grace and Ben and see what's going on. But I mean, I don't really care about their personal life and their personal situation. When we're having debates, I like to attack the argument or at least attack what they're saying. I don't really care about the whole personal junk, whatever they got going on. We got Ben Thorpe, aka Ben Gay. We got Even Lord. Sends him $5. Mr. Cooley, could you ask Ben why he has a long-standing entertainment bit of being incestuous with his daughter? Question. Good to see you, Mr. Cooley. I didn't know that. Okay. So I think this is I guess there was hit pieces on Ben and Grace and things being out there that he has an incestual relationship with his daughter. All right. I'm sure that they will DM me and we will have another debate. So maybe incest may come up. Who knows? We got Ride again, sends him $5. I appreciate the support, Ride. He says, Ben owned a restaurant and Airbnb that were paid for by his dad. He's never accomplished anything. Now he lives off the earnings of his daughter at 56. All right. Looks like Ben and Grace got some people in here that know their personal situation. Once again, I don't know anything about them. They're just random people to me, just like everyone else is super random, right? That comes up. Besides, Tyga and the Wick Kid, they're members, so I know them. But most of the people that come on stream are randoms, bro. I don't know. I don't know them at all. We got Uncle Tyga says in $10. Appreciate the support. He says, hey, W. Carl, W. Even, and Ben Thorpe is a lunatic in a PDF file. By the way, thank you, Carl, for your service to purchase Country 07. Word. Yeah, shout outs to Carl too. Carl was making Carl didn't push forth arguments, but Carl made good statements. He made good statements. What I was trying to get Carl to do was push forth an argument so then they can refute that back. But, pushing a statement out, they can only respond to the statement, and the statement could presuppose a lot of things. But if you have an argument, you can kind of break down certain presuppositions and get to the root of stuff, or get right to what they presuppose if you disagree with it. We got Uncle Tyga again. Says, our country, our Thank you, Carl. True. Uncle Tiger again sends him $5. W to these gentlemen. Ben Thorpe is getting torn apart. What a bloodbath. Ben said that we didn't debate. I'm like, Ben, when you came in, we debated, and I fully defeated your, you know, what you pushed forth, your argument. You literally put on a dress that proved my point, right? Like, what? I don't think that he understood that, but we got Ride, sends him $5. Some people believe the peak of masculinity is not caring what other people think of you. That's crazy. That's the thing that he couldn't justify his claim. He's just saying, well, you know, well, you're masculine if you don't care what no one thinks about you. You're masculine if you don't have any standards. You're masculine if you tolerate everything. But if you're intolerant of things, then you're insecure. If your standards are too high, then you're insecure and you're weak. You're not masculine. So he needed to justify that, but he didn't. He would say that, but it didn't make any sense. But then I would refute his claims by pushing forth arguments that did make sense and differentiate what is masculine and what isn't masculine by justifying things. Like when I brung up masculinity is tied to virtues and so forth and so forth. He didn't push forth any arguments when it came to that. He just had like statements. We got Uncle Tiger sends in $2. Let Wit Kid cook. Yeah, Wit Kid was up here cooking, man. But for other people, when you come up, you gotta like for debate night, when I bring you up and you want to like debate someone, that you want to debate me or you want to debate someone else that's on stream, come prepared with a question, but also like your question is like you have to have an argument. So if you ask a question at the end of it, it has to be concluded with like an argument, like, oh, a contradiction here, or you get what I'm saying? Like you just can't come in and ask questions, but there's like no conclusion to it, or there's no argument. There's no point to the question that you're asking. Uncle Tiger again sends in $10. I appreciate the support, Uncle Tiger. My man in here supporting. Okay, I think, was that on? No, that's not on. Okay, he says, Grace, you poor thing, your own father raised you to be for recreational use only. Sad. You're not Catholics, you're heretics. You're exactly why Abdul keeps the rocks on deck. Dang. Ooh, buddy. We got Casanova sends in $2. Her mindset is mad skewed. Yeah, it was back and forth. I would say that when I broke things down to Grace, she agreed that, well, no, I would want the man that respects me rather than the other two men. Because all men have the biological tendency of sex because, you know, it's tied to procreation. So they want to have sex, right? But anyways, this doesn't mean that like if the man's intentions are pure, this doesn't mean that him wanting to have sex with you isn't pure. No, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that he can respect you. This doesn't mean that his sexual intentions is going to go away. But the man that doesn't respect you and only wants sex, well, then it's only sex. If he only wants sex for you, I wouldn't say that that's respectable to what you want, Grace, because you don't want sex, right? So how can that be respectable to you? You get what I'm saying? And also for other many reasons why it's not respectable. But then also for the man that wants sex, but he also respects you, where there's many men like that. And those men keep girls in friend zone, meaning that they don't only just want to have sex with you. They like you. They'll take you out, spend some time with you. They like you, but they just don't like you that much to commit to you or to give you marriage. That's the difference. When I broke it down that way, she understood. The other way I tried to break it down was when I said that the morality supersedes the nature. I don't think they understood that. That went like over their head. But it's okay. I'm sure they'll watch this back. They'll understand the talking points, and maybe not only that, they'll understand how I broke it down, and they'll come back maybe more prepared. We got Casanova again sends him $5. He says, it's sad to see a fellow father who has failed his daughter in ideology so thoroughly. She is a representation of your misguided mindset passed down. Yeah, that is true. I pointed that out clear as day. Casanova again. Yo, shout out to Casanova. He just joined the gang. We got a new member. No Fugazee. I don't know this individual. So Casanova 3195. Welcome to the membership, man. Hit us up via Instagram. And if you have any clips that you want me to react to, I'll react to them. But you get all type of different special perks and privileges. You get access to me and my team. And if you increase your membership, you get even more access than that. Casanova again says, this what feminism do. Take notes. Shake my head. That is true. This is the byproduct of feminism, because feminism does not only indoctrinate the woman, but it indoctrinates the man. Feminism was propagandized by feminine men. There's many male feminists, and these male feminists support this. We can say that it is a feminine way of thinking, and it's the things that it doesn't even benefit women. It's for their downfall. Like they promote sexual liberation, and like you had Ben say, no, I want men to look at my daughter in a sexual way. Like that will be to her detriment. And guess what, Ben? That's something that your daughter doesn't even want. She spoke out of two sides of her mouth. One, she says that she wants a long-term relationship, but she says that I like when men sexualize me. Well, yeah, you like the attention, but if that's all you want from men, then, you don't court men. You don't approach men. Hey, Grace, think about this if you're watching. It's real fun. It's silly to think. Since you do not approach men, Grace, the only men that you would have to choose from is the men that approach you. Think about that. Stop it and repeat it. I repeat it for you. Since you do not approach men, the only men that approach you is the men that is based off of how you advertise yourself. So if you advertise yourself in a more respectable way, then obviously you'll get more candidates that respect you. But if you're like, well, no, sexualize me, and that whatever the dude is that sent in the chat, yeah, hop in my DMs, hit me up. He said that he only wanted to smash, and you're saying that you're doing this for fun. Not really. And I'll go ahead and put this out there. I don't claim to be, the most moral, virtuous person. That's not what I'm claiming here. But when we're having these conversations, we can make some clear distinctions on things, right? This woman wants to be picked. She wants a long-term relationship, but she doesn't have what she wants yet. So obviously there's an imbalance from how she's operating, and I just wanted to point that out. This is not me claiming to be all virtuous. I'm not claiming that. But the conversation was essentially about virtue since Ben put on a skirt. You know what I'm saying? All right, we got a few more super chats. I appreciate the support, man. And the people are still tuning in right now, too. Even though once I said I was ending stream, bro, we lost like 150 live viewers, but that's fair. I'll get to the super chats. Appreciate all of y'all that's still watching. We got Dan Snyder says, Ben and Grace are well known in the community, and Ben has been banned by several creators because he's so unhinged. He got a little unhinged for a moment there when he thought that I was disrespecting his daughter. Meanwhile, he was actually the one that was disrespecting his daughter. Like me asking her if she's a virgin based off of all the other crazy things, crazy things that you said and all the things that she said, which me asking that question, it pertains to the conversation. It's just not a question out of left field. Like, think about it. I was disrespectful by me asking his daughter if she's a virgin when we're having a conversation about sex. But the guy that sent in the chat saying, hey, I want to smash you, Grace, wasn't disrespectful. It really didn't make any sense. There's so many different ways that I could have pointed that out to him, which I pointed out a few while he was up, but it was just I just was like, move on. Because homie ain't even understand what he was doing. Their morals is just much different. We got Dan Snyder says in $10 again. Appreciate the support, man. He says, he acted like the cool dad when Simba was talking out smashing. Oh, you literally just said what I said. Oh, that's facts. He acted like the cool, and I didn't even read this yet, but it's funny how everyone picked this up. Dan Snyder says, yeah, he acted like the cool dad when Simba from the super chat was talking about smashing Grace, but when you asked her directly about her virginity, he got triggered. Because he knows he has failed at his duties as a father. This is true. This is true. This would be true. Yeah, it was unhinged. That's why I muted him and I made my statement and I pointed out why I was asking that. But anyways, fair enough. We got Dan Snyder again. Oh man, I appreciate the support. We got Nasty watching a father simp for his daughter. Yeah, man. Listen, this is the thing. When I do open debates, and this is people be like, yo, Cooley, bro, try to have more scheduled debates. And I do, man. To get scheduled debates, it takes some time because this person has to be available on that time and they have to be available on this time. And then people actually have to be open to debating. I've reached out to everybody on the Jubilee channel. I reached out to everybody that goes on a whatever stream and debate all of these people on there. I reached out to all of these feminists, bro. And listen, the guys, you see me debate a lot of the guys and I watched them, but the girls, they ask for money to debate. I'm like, chick, what you talking about? My platform is huge. What are you looking for money for? You should be honored that I'm platforming you to debate. Freaking dumb. So listen, over here, we don't simp over here, bro. I've never paid a single woman to be on my podcast. So when I do my dating shows, I haven't paid a single woman to join my podcast. We've never offered a woman like, hey, you want $100, $500? You want $1,000 to join the podcast? No. We get women that ask that and we say, no, we don't. My recruiters, we say, no, we don't pay girls to come on a podcast. We have a big platform and this is an opportunity for you. If chicks say no, they say no. We don't try to negotiate with them, right? The other thing is that since we don't pay the girls to come on stream, we're not going to pay a girl to do a debate. No one's simping over here, bro. We don't need them. No Fugazi is David Cooley. I don't need them. I create this content. Listen, I go viral just for being on stream. I could just talk to you guys because I'm giving y'all game. I bring value into this space without even having any guest. So why do I need to pay people, right? I've elevated my content where I don't need to bring up any guests at all. You guys are still going to watch me and pick up this ism when I'm speaking about it. That's just the fact of the matter. But at the end of the day, I do have on guests, and these guests I don't pay. I've never paid a woman at all. Now, this doesn't mean that I wouldn't pay a celebrity to get them on a podcast. No, I would definitely pay like a man celebrity to be on a podcast that's going to bring value to my audience. I'm never going to pay a woman celebrity to be on my podcast unless she can bring some value. But what chick is going to really bring value? I would essentially let's say if I did a podcast with Candace Owens, we share a lot of views. We share a lot of views and similar views where she can bring some value to my audience, but there's many things that we disagree on, many things. But would I even pay for that? Man, most likely not. Yeah, I mean, most likely not. I ain't doing that. I really thought about it, I ain't doing that. Anyways, we got Uncle Tyga sends in $10. Appreciate the support, Uncle Tyga. And Uncle Tyga, you did a good job, man. Thanks for coming up. He says, one more for the grift. Thank you, Cooley, for letting me up and getting some debate practice in. It's a lot of fun. Also, get me in touch with Carl. He's a cool guy, and I'd like to pick his brain more. Yeah, I'm not sure if I got Carl on Instagram, but yo, I think all of you guys should speak through the Discord. So the Discord is in the description. And Carl, if you're tuning in right now, which I'm sure you are, yeah, Carl is actually still backstage. So Carl, if you're tuning in right now, which you are, man, just hop on Discord and speak with Tyga on Discord, and y'all could go ahead and chop it up. We got Dan Snyder again sends him $5. He says, I've raised 6 kids of my own. Great dads think alike. I'm Dane, longtime watcher, new super chatter. Dan or Dane? Diane. How do you pronounce the name? Is Dane, I would say. Either Dane or Diane is differently. You don't spell Diane. Yeah. Well, this is a man, I do believe. Okay, so I guess it's not Dan. I guess it's Dane. Okay, Dane. Oh, like Great Dane. Okay, fair enough. So you are Dane. All right, cool. Appreciate the support. And Dane, become a member, man. Become a member. And we welcome you to this thing of ours, man. And other than that, that concludes the super chats. I appreciate everyone that donated to the podcast tonight. And I'm out, man. I got to go ahead and eat. I've been streaming for over 4 hours now. Peace.
No Fugazee.
And y'all see the suit too, man. Listen, new studio, new podcast by the spirit, not by the letter. Bro, we can go verse for verse all day long.
Made over.
Doing new things are okay with understanding the reality that we are in competition with one another. But you ladies think that you're special. We are in comfort. Men are men of their word. So here's my word. I'll fly you out here. We can do it in person. And after that, we could box. I'm about my business. So remember, I said, when I ask you these questions, I will dismantle your entire argument. That's the end of the debate, my dog.
I'm 39, but I don't look your typical 39.
Belly.
Yeah.
You look 39. It's okay, though. That man isn't intimidated by a woman like you. He's annoyed by a woman like you. Because a man doesn't want to date another man. He wants to date a woman.